if I was Floyd and he was me,
Yeah.
he wouldn't never have to fight again because that exhibition shit,
Yeah.
as me being his little brother, hey, little bro, we finna do 10 rounds and we both gonna get 100+ million for it.
Right.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
Right.
well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Right.
And you ain't never got to box again.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes. Got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it. This channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word him up. Yeah. You know what time it is. "4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
What's good? What's good? Salute to the family on this good Monday morning. We back to build on this boxing. We early today because we got some things to do. So we're going to come here and build on this boxing like we always do, man. Smash the like button on the way in. Double tap the screen on the way in. Sub to the channel. Turn your notifications on. Come say what's up to the dopest chat in the land. And let me know you're in the building. How y'all feeling, man? It's early, but we gonna build. We gonna cook. Keep Thurman ass is getting cooked. I ain't gonna trash him though, but he getting cooked, man. I ain't like what he was saying in that interview. He was talking crazy, G. He was talking crazy. Then we gonna talk about Tank. We gonna talk about some Tank. I seen a clip from Showbizz. Shout out to Showbizz, they're dope. You know, he had an interesting take on the Tank fight with Lamont Roach, man. I'm gonna get my thoughts on what he said and break it down, because I know surface level, you hear what he said about Tank not having a toolbox, people lose their mind, but I'm gonna make it make sense. At least I think I'm gonna make it make sense for y'all. So let's get to this boxing build. I know we getting closer to 1 million likes. Jordan, my guy, what it do? Al Booger, what it do, homie? Tim Layton in the building. What's good, bro? How you feeling? BN Boxing News, visitors from another planet. What it do, man? He said, just do up at the hour of God. We up in here, man. Y'all double tap the screen. Come holler at your boy. If you're new, sub to the channel. We're gonna bring some good energy and a good conversation this morning, man. You know, it's rare in this boxing game where you could get up here and talk for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. Building on this boxing without shitting on no fighters. You know, I'm really big on that. You know, I'm real big on giving everybody they just due. But you know, even though I'm gonna cook Keith Thurman for the stuff he was saying, he's still gonna get his just due though, y'all, for sure. We gonna talk about it. He got a fight coming up with Brock Jarvis. They fighting on a Wednesday. You know, and I was just bigging up Keith. Happy to see him back in the ring. You know, doing what he do. He been a victim of so many different injuries and, you know, inactivity for the better part of his career, the second part of his career anyway. So you know, after Manny, what he had 1-2 fights since Manny Pacquiao, One fight. He had one fight. What was it? One fight. I think he had one fight since Manny. So Keith been out of the mix. He been out of sight, out of mind a little bit. And he been doing a lot of talking. And some people thought he was finished, you know, but he said, hold on, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished. He said he ain't finished yet, though. Keith said he ain't finished, y'all. But we gonna get into some of the stuff that he said. And I know it's early and this ain't my normal time, but we gonna do what we do anyway. We don't care. We got to build on this boxing. I seen this interview. I'm like, damn, keep talking crazy, man. Keep talking crazy. And he got the youngin mixed up with somebody else. But we gonna get to it. Y'all know I'm the clip king. We got the clips. I'm gonna pull this joint up. We're gonna hear what Keith Thurman had to say, man. We're gonna break it down. Get into it. J Beam, what it do? Yeah, Jarvis about to get dealt with for sure that. He about to get his ass stomped. I don't think he got a shot. He's just like a strong young kid, like 27, like a muscular, athletic, you know, just a in shape, muscular guy. But I just don't think he got the tools to beat Keith. If Keith can't beat him, he might as well hang him up respectfully if Keith Thurman don't win this fight. But like I said, I think he gonna handle Jarvis, man. But y'all double tap the screen for me. We're doing this vertical live today, man. We switched up for today, man, for this morning build. But we still gonna get to this how we always do. Let me get Keefy Poo. Keefy Poo was talking crazy, man. I'm like, damn, man, why you coming for my boy? He ain't did nothing, he ain't even do nothing. 704 Joe, what it do, my guy? How you feeling? What's good?
Champ, Keith, one-time Thurman, big.
Yeah, man. So this is the video. Like I said, man, double tap the screen on the way in. Let's build a little bit this morning on this boxing. We got some things to talk about. We're gonna listen to Keith Thurman give his take. Shout out to BN Boxing News too, man. My guy, man. We're here to get Shakur just do right. You get me 704 because they won't give it to him, man. Youngin can't get his. But we're gonna make this all make sense. This ain't no protection video or none of that. We just Keith was
fight coming up March 12th. Let me end with one more question for you, Keith, just because your analysis is so great. Tank Davis coming off a controversial draw. We don't need to get into whether it was a knockdown or whatever. We all know the rules that follow boxing. He got the draw. Everyone, kind of like you and Spence, I'll compare it to you and Spence, wants to see Tank and Shakur. It would be this generation's Thurman Spence in some ways. If that fight still happens, how does that go? Does the shine go off a Tank because what happened against Lamont or the familiarity he had? Maybe it was closer than a lot of people
Roach,
thought it would be. Give me Tank and Shakur real quick.
I still think Shakur hasn't beaten people like Tank.
That's true.
I mean,
that's true.
I mean, Shakur hasn't even been in with Isaac Cruz.
Now I gotta stop him there. Gotta real quick. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Keith. He ain't been there. It's only one Tank. I don't think nobody else fight like Tank. I don't think nobody else bring exactly what Tank bring to the table but Tank. I've always said this since the beginning of the time. It's only one Tank. So if he ever fought a guy like Tank, nah, of course not. But you know what? Guess what? Guess what else, Keith? Guess what? Take a guess, Keith. Take a guess, y'all. Guess what else? Tank ain't fight somebody like Shakur. So what do you know? Seem like they're in the same boat. Let's keep going. Oh, hold on real quick. Then he said Isaac Cruz. So somebody needs to inform Mr. Keith Thurman that Isaac Cruz had a two different opportunities to fight Shakur, and both times they chose to go another way. Miss me with that shit. Pitbull Cruz is not the barometer. That's a terrible example. You seen how Rayo, who we don't even look at as the boxer that he was against Pitbull Cruz, go in there and box circles around him with ease. What do you think Shakur gonna do? They know what Shakur gonna do. That's why they chose not to fight him. It's not about being scared. It's a stupid match for them. It's dumb matchmaking, and they're not in it to just take bad fights. That's a bad fight simply because stylistically Shakur is all wrong for Pitbull Cruz. That one-dimensional ass come forward guy that don't throw jabs Ain't gonna hit Shakur, none of that wild, weird ass shit. He's just gonna get outboxed comfortably, and people gonna complain like they always do when Shakur outclass guys. Mike Ryan, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Let's get to it.
I get it on like some boxing levels. I
So than a lot of people even thought it would be.
Make sure y'all hear all of this. Double tap the screen for you.
I still think Shakur hasn't beaten people like Tank.
True. Legacy, my God, what it do, homie?
I mean, Shakur hasn't even been in with Isaac Cruz. Come on.
You can't get in there with somebody that don't want to fight you, Keith. You should know that. You should know that. Because, Keith, guess who you ain't getting there with? Guess. Take a guess who you didn't get in there with. You didn't get in there with Earl Spence. You never fought a guy still to this day. You never fought a guy like Earl Spence. You get me? And you could have fought him back in the day. But you were in the driver's seat and you didn't give a young man his opportunity, much like these dudes is doing with Shakur. They got all these creative, cute-ass narratives about contracts being sent, knowing damn well that's not the case. You get me? So I don't know where Keith at, man. I don't know what Keith talking about. I don't know what he on. You hear me?
Get it on like some boxing level stuff, but I really don't get it.
He said he get it, but he don't get it.
Do something, bro.
What?
Do something, bro. What have you done? Who have you fought? Who have you beaten?
Yo, I love Keith. I love Keith. This will be no diss video. I do no slander of no boxers. I'm very consistent. But he wilding. I got to draw the line. What do you mean do something? Fight somebody. Hey, Keith, news flash for you, bro. The longest layoff Shakur just had in his career was the one he just had before he fought Josh Padley coming off the hand injury. Oh, you would know a lot about injuries and inactivity. So it's funny how the guy that hasn't done anything since losing to Manny Pacquiao, besides beating Mario Barrios, you haven't done anything either. You get what you mean? Fight somebody, do something. I don't know if Keith is aware of the stats, because he always talk about how he was a two-time world champion, right? You not no more. The guy that you're telling to do something, the guy that you're saying needs to do something is more accomplished than you are with less fights. And guess what? He ain't lose yet. You get what I'm saying? He ain't lose yet. So when you say fight somebody, like you seeing people selectively pick and choose not to fight him, kind of how you did with Earl Spence. Pretty much the same way you did with Earl Spence. So while you say do something, you talking about a damn 3-division champion, currently still a WBC champion and just came off a TKO stoppage, something that you better get when you fight Brock Jarvis coming up. You get me? Shout out to Casino. What's good with it, bro? He said, I don't get it either, Keith. Southwest Dice, what it do, my guy? How you feeling? AJ64, let's keep going, man. Stay on code with the PBC, I guess so, right?
Tank's got names, bro.
Where the names? Who
Tank's
names?
been in the fire.
Name them.
I don't think Shakur's been in the fire, man. I think this matchmaking is way weaker than just resumes. You know,
shit.
People see a skill set, yada yada yada.
Damn, Keith.
But word on the street is that boy's been slapped.
Tell us how you feel.
I don't know. I don't like. It's really hard for boxers like that. You know, he's gonna have to just box. I mean, whatchamacallit, just like
you mean he gonna have to box like he did Padley, boxed his ass right up out that ring in the 9th round. Boxed his ass right up out of there. Think about it. This is no shade, no slight, no diss to Keith Thurman. But I'm just going off of strictly what he's saying. He's just gonna have to box. Oh, Keith, you mean how you been boxing for years? When the last time Keith Thurman knocked somebody out? Because his name one time. His moniker is one time. That's his shit. Getting you out of there, knocking you out. When's the last time he knocked somebody out? I think the last time Keith Thurman knocked somebody out, what was it? Was it Soto Corrales or something like that? Like, I think it was, hold on. We got to pull this up because we're going to talk about this. Double tap the screen for your boy. We're going to build this morning, man. We here a little earlier, man. I got some work to do it. Well, getting done in the house later. So I don't want that to get in the way while we building, so we had to come on a little early. So pardon the time change, but we got to get to this boxing. Let's see. Oh, well, you did stop Louis Collazo, but that wasn't an official stoppage. So when the last time you genuinely knocked somebody out, like out, damn, who was it, man? Who was it? Louis Collazo stopped in the 7th round, but that wasn't an official stoppage. And that was way back in 2015. Before that, Julio Diaz, 2014. Yeah, it's been years. Like, I think the last true knockout, what was it? Julio Diaz. Yeah. Julio Diaz. That's back in 2014. So this man ain't knocked nobody out. Your name is one time and you ain't knocked nobody out since 2014 and it's 2025 and you telling Shakur all he gonna have to do is box. Keith, that's all your ass been doing since 2014 is boxing, and some more boxing. But then you took a long ass hiatus where you wasn't boxing. So you ain't even been doing that. So when you tell somebody like Shakur that's been active for the better part of his entire career, and this is the first time he had ever been inactive or, had a layoff, so to speak, I think you got him mixed up. And then you said, then he said the boy got slapped. Like, Keith, I think you got your information wrong again, bro. Like, I don't know who you think Shakur is, but I think you talking about the wrong fighter. I'm not going to say who it is that got slapped. I think we all know who that was. I'm going to just leave that there because I ain't trying to send no strays over his way. But that was somebody else that got slapped. You get what I'm saying? That wasn't Shakur that got slapped. I think you got your information wrong, Keith. You need to go back to your source. They got you looking crazy out here. Skills, my brother. What's good, bro? Now, he better not lose this fight and crush the legend. My God, what's good with it, bro? Never seen Keith look bad in the fight or underperform. At worst, Keith only had a few bad rounds in his entire career. Shit. Then you must didn't see his fights against Diego Chavez. He got a knockout, but he was underperforming. He was getting outboxed, and he landed the home run when he still had it. Maybe you ain't J Bean, and maybe, I don't know if you seen him against Louis Collazo. That was another fight. He got hurt to the body, spit the mouthpiece out, was running around the ring. And that guy ended up getting stopped, but it wasn't like a 10 count. It wasn't an official stoppage. You get what I'm saying? I think it was a cut or something weird that stopped that fight. So I seen several fights where he Manny Pacquiao, I know it's Manny, but you got dropped early in that fight and got beat. You did well, though. You did well. You get what I'm saying? You fought Mario Barrios. The boxing that you said Shakur gonna have to do, you mean like the boxing that you did with Mario Barrios that I gave you credit for when people shitted on you for not knocking him out? I said you ain't gonna knock everybody out, but he outboxed and beat him every single round. You mean like that? Yeah, so it sound like you and Shakur in the same boat. Difference is you were once looked at as a knockout guy. Not no more. They call you once upon a time Thurman. I don't do that because I don't got no personal bad feelings toward Keith Thurman. I'm just examining what he's saying. So if it's a problem that Shakur got a box, then you gonna have trouble because you've been boxing for some years, bro. Your last official knockout, like 10 count stoppage, 2014, I believe, bro. 2014. You ain't had one. You ain't got nobody out of there since then, for real. So we gotta see, bro. You gotta see. Malik K, what it do, man? Yeah. What Core do the one time, man? He got all his information wrong. So look, I love one time, but we seen him. What I'm saying, J Bean, is we seen him get hit to the body and hurt against guys that shouldn't be hurting him. We seen this multiple times, and we gonna get into it because Sean Porter said he a B+ fighter. we gonna get to all of it, man. No KOs in 10 years is insane. and his name is one time, but you mad at Shakur because he box. That's wild. That's nasty work, Keith.
Come on. I get it on like some boxing level stuff, but I really don't get it. I don't.
But I don't.
Do something, bro.
Bro, Keith said I get it on some boxing stuff, but I don't get it. Do something, bro. Do something. Fight somebody, bro. How you gonna tell somebody to fight somebody and you been inactive as hell? That man had one fight since Manny Pacquiao. And I love you, Keith. But damn, man, you should know what it's like. You should know it in that. What do you mean fight somebody? I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand what he mean. You talking about names. Whether people want to respect it or not, go look at where Oscar Valdez was ranked at when Shakur fought him. Please, somebody. Looked at as one of the pound-for-pound guys in the world. Still undefeated. He was knocking shit out, fighting with broke jaws and everything. Shakur goes in there and just thoroughly outclasses the guy and sat him on his ass one time. You get me? You get me? When it's time for him to step up, these dudes don't be wanting to fight. Damon, my God, what he do, homie? He said he's just trying to promote his fight. he tripping, ain't he? He tripping. You're a boxer puncher. What you don't get? I'm telling you, bro. And they ain't getting no damn knockouts.
Do something, bro.
Do something.
What have you done? Who have you fought? Who have you beaten?
Who have you beat?
Tank's got names, bro.
Tank's got names.
Tank's been in the fire.
I
don't think Shakur's been in the fire, man.
Shakur ain't been in the fire.
I think this matchmaking is way weaker than just resumes, you know?
Damn.
People see a skill set, yada, yada, yada. I get it. But word on the street is that boy's been slapped. Like,
word on the street, you got your information wrong. Hey, Keith, you sure we talk about Shakur? This don't sound like the same fighter, bro. Slapped by who, Keith? What are you talking about? In the ring? You know why he ain't been in the fire? Because he beat ass, Keith. That shit don't be close. His fights don't be close. That's why all the haters of that man is hanging on to one bad performance with De Los Santos that he still won. That's why, because his fights don't be close. He get in there and he thoroughly outclassed guys. He let you know within the first few rounds what kind of fight it's going to be. And your ass don't got a chance. Keith, you get me? And he ain't even got to knock you out. He going to beat you up for 12 rounds. You're going to get outboxed and outclassed thoroughly for 12 rounds. And the last time I checked, the sport is called boxing. Shakur do that shit at the highest level. I don't give a damn what lame on the street don't see it. You get me? Even if your name is Keith Thurman. Much respect to Keith, though. Shout out to my dog, man, Al Booger, being a member for 18 months. Damn, already 18 months. That's wild. Now it is, bro. And I appreciate you rocking out with me every one of those months, my God.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
The Al Booger. I'm just having fun with this. And notice, y'all, I'm gonna do all of this without shitting on Keith Thurman. I'm gonna just use the facts. I ain't tearing him down. You ain't gonna never hear me say he's a terrible fighter or none of that.
I don't know. I don't like. It's really hard for boxers like that. You know, he's gonna have to just box. I mean, whatchamacallit, just like the controversial fight Haney had with Ryan. Haney's a great boxer. They think he's like, they think he was the nicest. Not the nicest. They think Shakur's the nicest. I don't think he's the nicest. I think he's nice. Is he really the nicest? I don't know, man. You want to know if he's...
Yeah, key words, Keith. They think he the nicest. You thought you was the nicest coming up, bro. You still think you one of the nicest now. That's how court supposed to think. But key word, you said they think he the nicest. I don't know about nice. Yeah, they think that. Because that shit don't be close. This shit called boxing, Keith, not knockout. And he ain't never been billed as a knockout artist ever in life. Never. He's never been billed. Your name is one time, and we don't remember the last time you knocked somebody out. Or then again, I did check. That shit was back in 2014. We in 2025. Bro, you can't tell a man to do something that been fighting more than you. He more accomplished than you with less fights, with no loss. Them shits don't be close, bro. And he ain't getting punched in his stomach, spitting out his mouthpiece, running around the ring, surviving, bro. See, you got to chill. You got to lay up off him, man. You got to get that boy his just due, man. Got to, man. I'm rocking with you, Keith. When you boxed Barrios, I enjoyed it. I didn't cry about a knockout. That boxing that you said Shakur gonna have to do, he gonna just have to just box and box. You've been boxing since 2014, bro. You ain't smoking shit no more. So it sounds like you and Shakur got that same problem. Y'all gonna have to box some more. Difference is, man, he doing that shit at a level where people can't even respect it. His fights is so convincing that they swear he ain't fought nobody. Well, tell them somebody's to get in there with him. If they could beat him, beat him. They're going to get all the respect from me. Shout out to my big homie, Hardcore Boxing News. What's good with it, Jay? Hey, what's good, bro? Mm-hmm. New outlets are all keep hating, but other boxers get it worse than Shakur. I don't know, I don't know. I think Shakur be getting shitted on unnecessarily. You get me? But I hear you. Shout out to my homie Jay, man. Keep better shout out before he gets injured. My dog, hey man, my sis Melanin Clean is in the building. Y'all double tap the screen for your boy. We doing this vertical live today and we building, man. All he does is box. What does he talk about? That's what I'm saying. Keep, when the last time you ain't boxed, bro? That's all we've been seeing from you. And the difference is with Shakur, we expect boxing at the highest level, and that's what he do. A knockout is the cherry on top, a bonus per se. But with you, we've been looking for knockouts for the longest. You got in there with Mario Barrios, who was stopped by itty bitty Tank Davis, and he got in there with you, Mr. One Time, Mr. Knockout King, and he went all 12 rounds. I mean, you rearranged his face pretty good, but he went all 12 rounds, took all your punches, and you had to keep boxing. That ain't stopped you from boxing, did it? You know what I'm saying? You still here. You get me? Let's keep going, man.
He's the nicest. You got to put him with somebody who got drop bombs like ISIS, okay? You handle them bombs, and then, let's see, man. I mean, obviously, we've seen whatchamacallit lose in the past, Isaac Cruz, right? But like I'm saying, man, he ain't even been in with one of them type of dogs.
Yo, will you shut up about Isaac Cruz? He is not the barometer. Shakur will box complete circles around that one-dimensional ass little dude, bro. And then you know what? When the fight is over, they gonna complain. His team gonna complain. His crybaby ass daddy is gonna complain, and all the fans that hate on Shakur's style is gonna complain at how he beat Isaac Cruz. But I can guarantee you, they ever made that fight, it will be one-sided, and you will be complaining. Been in there with a dog. He a dog just because he get in there and throw punches. He throw caution to the wind. Shakur a dog because he outbox you round after round without letting you win. He barely give you rounds. That's a dog to me. A dog ain't somebody going in there just swinging for the fences. That's not a dog to me. So yeah, he throw caution to the wind. He got a fan-friendly style and all that funny shit. That's cool. But he will get his ass thoroughly outboxed, outclassed. That shit wouldn't even be close. Him and his daddy know what's up. They had opportunities to take that fight. They don't want that fight. They don't want that fight. They don't want that damn fight. Shout out to Lala D. How you feeling, Queen? Did my message go through? Which message? Focus on your fight for you not make it to your fight. You get me? You get me, Al Booger? He said not the Isaac Cruz who turned down the mandatory WBC mandated fight. Not that Cruz. Not that guy that his dad said they could make more money fighting other fighters and it's going to be like a dog chasing a cat. Not that Isaac Cruz. Somebody got to feel keep Thurman in.
I want to see dogs, bro. Get
thrown from every which way. Yeah.
Go through some dogs, bro.
Go through some dogs.
I mean, just put a few good names on the list. Like, it ain't like he got. I mean, he's small. I mean, I don't think him and Rolly or anything like that. I think Rolly's too big and stuff. But I don't know, man. Like,
you gotta quit while you're ahead. Quitting while you ahead ain't the same as quitting. I think you need to quit while you're ahead, bro. You mentioning we're talking up, man. I had it, yo. I gotta draw the line, bro. I had it. Listen, y'all. I understand people might not fancy Shakur. They might not like his style. They might not feel like, oh, he gonna make it. He can't beat this one and that one. That's cool. I have no issue with that. I have none. But the thing is, we're talking about whether you like him or not. We're not talking about if you like him. When you're discussing Shakur Stevenson, whether you like him or not, you're talking about one of the best fighters in the world, one of the best boxers in the world, if you want to be specific. It's called boxing, right? He's one of the best boxers in the world. I don't care what you got to say. You comparing Rolly and Isaac Cruz to Shakur Stevenson? Come on, Keith Thurman. You a lot smarter than that. It's going to take some real skill. I don't think you could just get in there and pray for a home run with Shakur. I don't think so, bro. And listen, anybody can be caught and knocked out. Yeah, that shit can happen to anybody. but we talking about really getting in there and beating that kid. Not just landing some home run shot. Rolly would get his ass picked apart too. And then they'll complain. Rolly ain't beat no damn Shakur. I don't care how big he is. He said Rolly, bro. You know you down. You are down bad when you got to dig to the bottom of the barrel, no disrespect, to make a case against Shakur not being a dog. Isaac Cruz didn't want to fight him, and Rolly is an idiot. Rolly would never box. Rolly got outboxed by, what was his name? What was the dude name that they robbed? God damn, what was his name? Jackson Marinez. That dude outboxed Rolly. Outboxed him. Took all his shots and outboxed him. The hell you think Shakur gonna do? He gonna outbox him without getting hit. That's the difference. He said Rolly. You down bad when you using Rolly to make your case, bro. That a fighter is not good. A fighter is not a dog because he ain't fought Rolly and Isaac Cruz. I love Keeper. He tripping. Keep tripping. Yeah, he all over the place. He said Rolly. Oh, said your original message said, let's cook the gotta keep telling. Oh, okay, Lala. I got you, Queen. And look, I love Keith. I'm gonna keep saying that because I really do. I respect his talent and skills. He just tripping right here, bro. He wilding.
The resume's not there. You have the resume. Double tap the screen. I don't ever think about. Just gotta double tap. I don't know. You guys do, and I don't even really know why. I think it's just some like some fantasy football bullshit. I don't really think it's real. You know, I don't agree with you on this. That it's equivalent to Thurman and Spence. It's not. It's not. Thurman did a lot. Spence did a lot. And it was
what
something that the world was ready to see. I don't think.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Shakur accomplished more than both, yo. More than both. And to be perfectly honest with you, you know what? It's bigger than y'all fight. It's bigger than if you would have fought Spence. Let's not lie about it. Tank got the imagination. Did you see the zoo that was the crowd that was out there for Lamont, Roach, and Tank? Imagine if Tank fights Shakur. Everybody's going to be there. There's not going to be a seat available. That fight would be bigger than you fighting Earl Spence when you were supposed to fight him. Oh, yeah, when you had ducked him. And I don't even like saying that, but you said it. You said you didn't fight him. You were supposed to fight him. So, yeah, I don't get it either. It is different, Keith. It is. Tank and Shakur Stevenson is a bigger fight than Earl Spence and Keith Thurman back in the day. Yes, it is. It is, in my opinion, anyway. In my opinion, it is. It definitely is. Shakur is more accomplished than you, Keith, and younger with no laws. Talking about fighting dogs. He is a dog. If a fighter can get in the ring in the sport that's called boxing and outbox you from round to round, and sometimes he'll stop you or get a knockdown, you're not telling me that's not a dog. You're not telling me. It's more than one way to show a dog, Keith. Was you showing dog when you got punched in your stomach and you spit your mouthpiece out and was galloping around the ring trying to survive? Was you showing dog then? You get what I'm saying? You got Louis Collazo punched you in your stomach, bro. You almost pooped yourself in real time. And then Mario Barrios, who came up from 140, took all of your shots, punched you in your stomach, and had you galloping around the ring too. You must have forgot, Keith. Was you showing dog then? Man, that's the difference. When Shakur got punched in his stomach and he felt like he had to throw up against Oscar Valdez, the only reason we know that because he told us. You get what I'm saying? That shit different, man. The young and special, man. We ain't taking no credit from no fighters, bro. None. Shout out to Freezer. What's good with it? Keith is a jackass. Shakur get knocked out in the third round. From who? Tank? Yeah, just like Lamont was getting knocked out. I know. Nah, that's a lie. See, you gotta stop that line. Go get her. I want to like you, but I won't have you typing BS in the chat. Do Shakur sell tickets like Tank Davis? No. No. To that level, no. But is he a ticket seller? Is he somebody that, his promoters are losing money on? No, absolutely not. So I don't know if you ever been to a Shakur Stevenson fight, go get her, but I've been to 3. I've been to 3 of his last 5, I think, or something like that. And each time it was a big crowd. And the last time it was like a standing ovation. It get crazier and crazier when Shakur fight at home. They really show up for him. So if you really look it up and you just do your homework, just don't type, do the homework, you'll see that the man sell tickets. Do he sell tank level tickets? No. No, but who does besides Tank? That's for the smaller guys, right? But could you name a fighter outside of Tank Davis for the smaller guys that sells more tickets than Shakur? There you go. Go. I bet you can't. You see? And there you go. That's how you'll know what he do. ABZ, what it do, family? Knight Rider, keep a wild dude, always saying crazy stuff. Yeah, he is. I'm having fun with this, though. I'm having, he who sells more tickets, nothing. Shout out to my dog, D1, man. Appreciate you pulling up. Y'all double tap the screen. We doing a vertical live and we building. We just having a good conversation. Abdullah Mason is definitely on his way. And he's very dangerous Knight Rider for anybody he get in the ring with, Shakur included. He would be dangerous. That dude can fight. He is it. I just don't see a lot that he can't do, and the sky's the limit for him. And like I said, if that Shakur said the only person he won't fight is Keyshawn Davis, so that, you know, Abdullah Mason is not included in that. And if he worked his way up there and it ended up fighting, so be it. That'd be a tough fight. You know what I'm saying? Fly frequency, what it do, homie? Abdullah Mason is the goods, man.
He's done a lot. I mean, just one. Put one on the resume. One good one on the resume. I would like two.
What about Oscar Valdez? That's not a good one on the resume. Oscar Valdez don't count. That's not a good fighter on the resume. I mean, he's beat some undefeated guys as well. Oscar Valdez, I think, was one of the biggest name I think that he's fought, right, so far. And the only other big ass name, would be Tank Davis. Nobody else has this crazy big name that he should fight. So I don't even know where to keep going with a lot of this, to be honest with you. Mason was going to get a chance at the belt next year. T-Will was good with it. Mason is a dog. It'd be a problem for anybody. Oh, yeah. He got some things, some experience to gain for sure, Lala. But as he continue to grow, because I feel like he got a great team, very humble. I love their energy, and they just put in the work. So I love him. I love watching Abdullah Mason. You know what I'm saying? I know they crowning him already. It's early, but I know why. I know y'all very impressed, and so am I with what he's showing. Like, he's going to be a tough guy to deal with. You know what I mean? As he continue to grow, get older, he's really going to be a problem, in my opinion. Valdez was an Olympian as well. Facts. And he was looked at as one of the pound-for-pound best fighters at the time, too, Dana. At the time when Shakur fought him. Remember, he fought the undefeated knockout artist type Valdez. That's the guy he fought. You know what I mean? Dude should fix. I got you. Yeah, that patience. Shakur was schooling him, Lala. Shakur was schooling him, as a matter of fact. Shakur was schooling him. I circle back.
Two good names on the resume before stepping to Tank. But yeah, man. I mean, honestly, it's the Tank show, man. Whatever Tank wants to do. If Tank says this guy's next, this is where I'm making my money next through facing the Shakur, this fight happened. I think they both put on good boxing, tactical boxing. I think both of their defenses were good. I think both of their offenses were good. They both found ways to get inside each other's guards, pop in with some counter punches. I think Roach had some of the better counters, which made people think that he won the fight. Forget about the knockdown, no knockdown. It was a close fight.
But hey, Keith, Tank a knockout guy, Tank a knockout artist still to this day. And guess what he had to do that past Saturday? Guess what he had to do a couple Saturdays ago? He had to box, and more boxing, Keith. You know why? Because the fight went 12 rounds, Keith. Is anybody walking away talking about, I ain't see a knockout, though? It was boring. You see, Keith, sometimes it's okay to box, bro, because when you can't knock somebody out, you better be able to box. I think a boxer is going to always be able to box. I really do. You ain't going to just forget. But them guys that be knocking guys out, what do you do when you can't? You got to box, right? You got to do what that other guy could do. So I don't think there's nothing wrong with having a box. You get me? Shout out to Tay, the real queen of MMA combat. How you feeling, queen? Good to see you in the building this morning. Shout out to my dog, my brother, putting that color in the chat, man. Me equals we. That's my dog, man, my bro, man. Appreciate the support as always. To my dog Skills. Get back to Keith. Lion Time Thurman. Damn, it's crazy, y'all. My bad, y'all. I'm gonna try to let this play through before I stop it, yo. But I can't help myself because it's Keith be saying anything, bro. It'd be hard. it'd be hard not to say nothing, man. Keep be tripping. Hold on, yeah. It's only been 4 minutes of him talking, yo. I've been Keith only been talking for 4 minutes, y'all. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That man been talking for only 4 minutes, and I had this up here for like 20. My bad, y'all. I'm gonna try to let it play through. I just can't help myself with Keith, bro. He was saying a lot of wild stuff here. He was saying a lot of wild stuff, man. We got you chilling at work. I appreciate you pulling up at work. And anybody else that's at work and you tapped in,
big fight
that's
coming
love.
up
I
March
appreciate y'all.
12th. Let me ask,
You know,
appreciate my hard working folks.
You handle them bombs, you know. The resume's not there. I don't ever think about him and Tank. I don't know. You guys do, and I don't even really know why. I think it's just some like some fantasy.
Who do you think about then,
bullshit.
Keith? Who at lightweight do you think about? Let's stop playing around. I don't care. This to everybody that got a problem with a fighter personally, just because they doing them. I don't care. We don't care. It's Shakur and Tank. I don't care if you feel like Tank is going to punch Shakur head out the ring. I don't care what you feel. I don't feel like if you think he can't take his power, if he can't deal with his athleticism, his footwork, his pressure. I don't care if you think Tank going to send him to the shadow realm. Those two are the guy. They are the guys at 35. That's nothing else. I'm not even going to let nobody try that shit. There's nothing else, bro. There's nothing else, and we all know that shit. And you know the dope thing about that Tank and Core fight? They both came from 126. Both of them. There ain't going to be no crazy-ass size disadvantages when they get in there, none of that. That's a great fight to me. What do you mean you don't think about them? Then you clearly not paying attention to lightweight. Because ain't nobody, to me, ain't nobody at 35 beating neither one of them dudes but each other. And I'm stamping that because he ain't fighting Keyshawn. That's not an option. The only person, in my honest opinion, humble opinion, that's got the shot at beating Core is Tank. That's it. That's it. Keyshawn on the rest of them, they getting cooked. I'm standing on that. They can't beat him. Either they coming up and they too young and inexperienced and they just not there yet. But he got some real good. You got the Abdullah Masons of the world coming up, and he gonna make a case for being able to beat whoever he get in there with the way it's looking. So he's a young dog. But I'm talking about the established guys right now. Man, that is 1 and 2. I don't care where you place them. They need the fight. I don't care. What do you mean you don't think about it? You clearly not thinking about 35 if you don't think about them two fighting each other. That's wild. That's why they need to fight. They need to fight so we can know undoubtedly who's number 1 and number 2 out of them two. And then we can sort out the rest of the division from there. Hell no. Tank has done more than enough to get any fight with any top fighter. We know this, right? Shakur has done more than enough work than any of his contemporaries when it comes to getting a big fight. He is more than deserving. I don't want to hear this bullshit talk. Make the fights, bro. Those are two of the best talents we got in the sport. I don't care what you feel about them personally. Who cares? Let them fight. Let the best man win. Boxing will be better off when Shakur and Tank Davis fight each other. Straight like that. I don't even understand how you could be a boxing fan and not be pushing for that. It's weird energy. Especially if you think Tank bad as hell. You gotta at least, even if you don't like Shakur, you gotta say, damn, he make it hard to hit him. It would be good to see if he could. You get what I'm saying? Tank could figure out that puzzle and show you just how special he is. The hell we talking about, man? They need each other. They need each other. Because you can't have a number 1 without them two dudes fighting each other. I don't care what nobody said. Respect to both teams. I rock with both of them. It's time to, but I'm rocking with Jersey the whole way. I think Shakur is a generational talent. Somebody gonna have to prove me otherwise. In the ring, not somebody on YouTube, not somebody in the comments, not a fan that's talking about how they don't like him and he jumped straight back. I don't care about none of that. I want to see if he can beat that man over there, and y'all should want to see if Tank can beat him as well. It should always be a fight you push for. Let's get back to it.
I don't
Joseph,
really think
good?
It's real. I don't agree with you on this. That it's equivalent to Thurman and Spence. It's not.
It's bigger than
Thurman did
and
a lot.
Spence.
Spence did a lot, and
Shakur did a lot. Tank did more than enough, bro. They did it, and you know the difference is you and Spence was just at the one weight class. Shakur and Tank came up from 126 to 35, and Tank dipped his toe in 140 at that. They done more than enough, bro. That fight is more than ready. More than ready. I don't want to hear shit no more. It's more than ready. More than ready. They've been through multiple weight classes, multiple championships. You get what I'm saying? It's time. It's time. Nobody should be pushing for anything else. The hell we talking about? How you gonna find out how much of a dog he is if he don't face one of the biggest dogs in the game? Come on, man. What we talking about? The kind of test that you want to see from him, Keith Thurman, Tank is gonna provide that. Why wouldn't you want to see it, Keith? Come on, man. Knock it off.
It was something that the world was ready to see. I don't think he's done a lot.
You didn't give it to him.
I mean, just one. Put one on the resume. One good one on the resume. I would like two good names on the resume before stepping to Tank.
He tripping.
But yeah, man. I mean, honestly, it's the Tank show, man. Whatever Tank wants to do. If Tank says this guy's next, this is where I'm making my money next, through facing the Shakur, this fight happened. I think they both put on good boxing, tactical boxing. And
now he talking about Roach and Tank. But exactly, you said you want to see him in there with these dogs, right? But then you just said if Tank won them, and then that's what's going to be next. It's the Tank show, right? So remember that the next time you ask yourself why he ain't faced some of these people. And I'm sick of the BS. If you really been following boxing, and if you ain't been being a hater on the sideline, if you ask yourself why some of these fights ain't happened, especially with the ones that he named, well, with Isaac Cruz in particular, that guy wanted nothing to do with Shakur. That's why he never got in there. Yeah, he'll get in there with Tank and risk the knockout because the paycheck and the upside. But Shakur, high risk, the upside is not exactly the same. And you can't say low reward because some of these guys that made their highest paydays fighting him as well. So it's not a Tank bag. You get what I'm saying? But it's still a good bag. But it's an embarrassing fight if you lose it. So people rather not fight him. So again, we sat here and watched guys strategically avoid Shakur Stevenson. Zepeda, I think, will be a solid name to put on the resume. But we also seen him, instead of choosing to fight Shakur, he want to run it back with Tevin Farmer. You're watching the guys that will be deemed these quote-unquote dogs not fight him and make excuses. And you got to call that shit out before you critique his resume or lack thereof. I don't want to hear all this resume talk when we watching guys make up reasons and excuses for not fighting quality opposition, bro. Nobody should be doing that. Nobody in boxing should be doing that. If you're going to critique a guy for his resume, you got to include the fact that there's been multiple guys that's found reasons not to fight him. Frank Martin's reason was money, but check that out. Frank Martin found a money reason. He didn't fight him. He fought Tank. Isaac Cruz, he fought Tank, but it's a style matchup as to why he don't want to get in there, Keith. So Keith, does that make Shakur a dog that the guy that you saying is one of the dogs that he need to get in there don't want shit to do with him? What does that say about Shakur, Keith? What does that say about him if he don't want nothing to do with him? And you think that would prove something to you? Come on, man. We got to stop taking credit from fighters because you don't like their style. I don't care what people like personally. Your personal preference is your personal preference. I respect it. But at the end of the day, fights like that need to be made. Them the best two guys doing it, and they need to fight.
I think both of their defenses were good. I think both of their offenses were good. They both found ways to get inside each other's guards, pop in with some counter punches. I think Roach had some of the better counters, which made people think that he won the fight. Forget about the knockdown, no knockdown. It was a close fight. It's a majority draw. Right. What was the actual standing? I didn't get to see the fight. So what was the actual standing? I know a majority draw means two referees gave it a draw.
Right.
Who favored who on the fight card that
Tank beats Roach?
That didn't matter. Who was the one referee that said so-and-so won the fight? Who won the fight?
I don't remember the judges.
Fight, bro. Give us the fight.
You're not helping me. You're not helping me. You're not helping me. I'm out here in Sydney. I didn't see the fight. I need details. Everybody wants analysis. They want breakdowns. Right. But I'm gonna tell you. So whoever that referee said won the fight leans towards that person. Okay? But it doesn't matter because you got 1 out of 3. When 2 out of 3 call it a draw, this is what a majority draw is. Bro. For a quick breakdown analytically, just so people understand how draws work in boxing, there are 3 ways of getting to a draw. Sure. Majority draw, which happened, No.
Keep just chatting.
Oh,
He
yeah,
didn't even see the
majority
fight,
draw.
y'all. He just said it.
Unanimous draw.
Bro,
All 3 judges.
it's not no
see
damn
the fight
unanimous
as a draw.
bro. What is he talking about?
And then a split draw.
Yeah.
One judge says this guy won. One judge said this guy won. And the last judge says it's a draw. So when you have like just good fights, close fights, fighting the champion, you know what? Come on, you got to know parables in boxing. Protect yourself at all times, even after the bell, right? Don't hit below the belt. Don't hit behind the head, right?
You keep just chatting.
Don't leave it up to the judges. You got to know parables in boxing. And if you're fighting a champion, you got to beat the champion. You got to know your parables in boxing.
I'm tired of hearing that. You know, I had got some game as to where that whole I don't know how you want to get that saying that you got to take it from the champion. I hear that was I don't know, birthed around when the mob had their hands in heavily on boxing. And that was the thing. Like that's what they came up with. You got to take it from the champion. You got to beat the champion to beat. You know what I mean? You got to really take it to him to all that. You got to beat the champion to really beat him. Like, nah, bro. No, a win is a win.
So he could beat him, and he could not beat him.
Facts.
You're fighting the champion. The champion gets extra credit. You get no credit. Champion gets extra credit. Extra credit, no credit.
And what lifetime?
Got to get credit. Go to creditkarma.com, get some credit, okay?
Yeah, he just...
So the champion gets all the credit. 8.0 credit score, okay?
By default.
Leaving out with a Maserati.
Out,
Maserati, just sign here. Give me $5. You got a Maserati. You get all the credit, okay? The challenger gets no credit. So when you really understand this approach to boxing, just based off fundamental parables, and then you rewatch a fight, you might just be like, yeah, you know, he did it, but he ain't do it. Maybe he did it and didn't do it, you know, or maybe it really was a close fight. Maybe it just is a majority draw. Of course, knockdown happens, knockdown counted, knockdown changes the whole scoring system, knockdown changes the whole fight. It was a great line, very controversial little thing that happened. Do you want that to be how the fight was won? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like if an umpire, if it's like when the referees are the reason why a sporting event was one team wins and another team loses. It's all because of what the referee says, what the umpire said. He said it was a strike. It wasn't a strike. He said it was a foul ball. It wasn't a foul ball. It was a fair ball.
My old credit
you know, you want something that you want a little call like that to be the call of everything, and it happens in sports. Sometimes it is. Sometimes what the umpire said. Sometimes what the referee did. Sometimes it is like that.
Yeah, but you don't want to see a call get blown that could have potentially had an outcome that could decide the fight either. You know what I mean?
And hey, man, sometimes
Skillo forgot what's good with it, man.
They always tell you. Good luck before a fight. I don't know if the fans tell you good luck. I tell them it takes good skills, but the fans tell you good luck. Hey, Tank got some luck right there. And sometimes you need it. It is what it is. I think if it's a good fight, they should run it back, make more money, let the fans see who really wins, and then go from there. If he wants Shakur, whatever Tank wants in his career, if he don't ever want to run it back with Roach, he don't got to run it back with Roach, man. This is boxing, but you know, I know. Unfortunately,
this is where you lose us. We get it. Like, yeah, he don't have to rematch him, but he already like entertained the rematch. It's already was in the contract. See, you giving me Errol Spence, Keith Thurman vibes all over again when you decided not to fight Errol Spence, right? So it's no surprise that you would say, yeah, you ain't gotta fight him again. Yeah, don't fight him again. You ain't gotta fight him again. You ain't gotta fight him again. Like, man, whatever. Jose Ramirez, shout out to you. You got a fight coming up. Nah, shout out to you, bro. He said, meanwhile, you've been since Pac-Man. You get what I'm saying? He got Barrios, but Barrios survived him. You get what I'm saying? Barrios survived. He out here talking crazy. Nah, Tank. Run that joint back. You know what I'm saying? For your people, man. For your people. Everybody that's rocking with Tank want to see him run that back. They do. They don't want to hear that shit you talking about, Keith. Nah, he gonna run it back because it was a good fight. It was a close fight. You just said it yourself. Make more money. Let the fans see him again. That's what they should do.
I had to miss this Tank fight. I do like watching Tank fights. I will go back and rewatch it, but Tank fights are some of my favorite fights to watch. Canelo fights. There's only a few fights in a year that I really try to keep my eyes on. So unfortunately, I missed it. It sounded like a good one. I caught a few highlights. Looked like some exciting action. And best of luck to both fighters as they continue their career.
Man, shout out to Keith, man. Big shout out to Fight Hype, man. Always getting the exclusive, man. But so y'all heard it from One Time himself. Oh, y'all give me a quick second. Y'all heard it from One Time himself.
He got to say about Shakur. Say he nice, but he ain't that nice. He said he needs some names and he ain't fought no dogs. And then he went on to name Rolly and Pitbull as the dogs, like Shakur should fight them as if they the measuring stick. And it made me think, like he said, Tank got them names, and you proceeded to name two guys that don't nobody really like. You get what I'm saying? Nobody in the world expected Rolly to beat him. You get what I'm saying? And Pitbull neither. Like I would expected you to have named Ryan Garcia or something like Pedraza, like name the right kind of names. Like you didn't even name the right name. So I don't think he even been aware of who's been fighting who. I think he just talking, and you can tell like he didn't even see the fight, and he tried to explain to us what happened in the fight that he didn't even watch. So like a lot of this information, like you could take it with a grain of salt. He said Shakur got slapped up. You mistaked him for another boxer that was word that got slapped. I ain't gonna put his name in it. It ain't even about him, but you had your information wrong. So all I'm gonna say is this: you said you and Earl put in work at the time. That fight, Shakur and Tank ain't it ain't like you and Earl. You're right. It's bigger. It's bigger. And Shakur more accomplished than you and been through more weight classes than you. I know you bigger, but he been through more weight classes, more accomplished. In my opinion, it ain't in my opinion, it's a fact. So I don't see how that fight wouldn't even be bigger. And Tank got such a casual audience as well as the diehards that there's no way it'll fail. There's no way that fight fails. Like I don't think there would be an empty seat in the building if Tank and Shakur fought, in my honest opinion. You know what I'm saying? I think people really enjoy the fight. You get me? It's something that we need to see in boxing. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to see that fight and why you wouldn't push for it. But everybody got their opinion on things, man. Yeah, he definitely fought better fighters than Rolly and Pitbull at that. Like those weren't the barometers. I know Pitbull gave him a good fight, but it wasn't as close as what people make it seem, and it wasn't as competitive as what people make it seem. You know what I'm saying? It was competitive, but it just wasn't as close as people make it seem. All right, Pitbull had some moments, but that's it. Tank shined, and his boxing was on display. All that fight really did was show us that Tank could just box you if he don't knock you out. He proved that, and he did it against that guy. So all you did was shine more of a light on Tank and some on yourself at the same time, but you still lost. And get the hell out of here. Pitbull is not the barometer. He's not a measuring stick for what a dog is. Shakur fighting him right now at this point, it'd just be a waste of time. Like it'll be proven absolutely nothing. You know what I'm saying? And even if he wanted to fight him, he wouldn't, because they don't want nothing to do with him. So I think we got to stop bringing up shit when you got a guy clearly avoid and duck up out of a fight. Like he didn't want that. So he can have his opinion on what he feel like Shakur is or is not as a fighter, but I think he missed the mark with a lot of stuff. Like he make me feel like he don't really follow boxing for real, because he's not aware of the names or the couple guys that Shakur actually did fight that you just can't take credit from, right? So Keith got a fight coming up with Brock Jarvis. He better go out there and look good, man. He better go out there and be spectacular, because all eyes is going to be on him, whether good, bad, or indifferent. He's been out of the ring since Mario Barrios. He's fought only one time since losing to Manny Pacquiao. He hasn't had a knockout, like a true knockout, since like 2014. You get what I'm saying? And we in 2025. So that box that he said Shakur gonna have to do, I'm pretty sure we gonna see some boxing when he fight Brock Jarvis coming up. So we're gonna see, man. I like Keith Thurman, still a good fighter. I'm happy for him getting back in the ring. His opinion of any fighter don't change my opinion of him. I still think he a talent in the sport. It's just how much tread he got left on the tire after just being inactive so much for these last few years, right? We don't know quite what he has left to offer to the sport, but he looked like he's treated his body pretty good. He looked like he take care of himself. Like, you never seen Keith Thurman too crazy out of shape or nothing like that. So I do expect him to be able to go out here and get a win against this guy. What's his name? Brock Jarvis, right? Brock Jarvis, 27 years old. The one time he fought somebody that could have been a name, he lost. He got stopped in the first round by Liam Parrow. So this is interesting, right? Keith Thurman is fighting another guy who's been stopped before, much how Mario Barrios had got stopped against Tank and moved up, fought Keith. Keith didn't stop him. Now Brock Jarvis got stopped by Liam Parrow, and he's going up, and he's fighting Keith Thurman at 54. And let's see if Keith is able to stop this guy. You know what I'm saying? All eyes will be on him. Because if he can't stop him, I'm going to talk a little bit of trash, man. He should be able to get the youngin' up out of there. The way he was just talking in his interview, he should be able to get the youngin' right up out of there. And wait for Shakur to respond. And this dude, yeah, I wonder if he's seen this. I wonder if he's seen it, Damon. I wonder if he's seen any of this stuff. Brock Lesnar, the other electrician. Him and Padley definitely cousins, Damon. Him and Padley definitely cousins, bro. They definitely cousins. They definitely kinfolk. They definitely kinfolk, bro. They definitely kinfolk. They definitely kinfolk. Padley and Brock definitely related. Well, let's keep rolling. So, like I said, man, Keith, I feel like when people say a fighter is not nice, my thing is, this is what I'll say. How many fighters do you got beating them? You get what I'm saying? Like, if you had to put $1 on it, you get what I'm saying? How many guys would you have beaten him? And how many guys in his division can you say is more accomplished than he is? Right? So I get it. I get this resume talk, but it's always been overblown in my opinion. You know what I mean? I don't think resume is the end all be all. It matters, but I think how you perform consistently on a night to night basis matters a little bit more to me than the names. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you can show me that no matter what, on any night, damn near 9 times out of 10, you're going to perform at a high level, elite level. My thought process of you is going to be that if you get in there with another top guy, you're going to be able to hold your own because you've proven that you can do this shit. You could perform under the lights on a nightly basis, right? You know what I'm saying? As opposed to a guy that you fought some names, but he's also had some really down performances and got beat by some guy. You get what I'm saying? It should look different. So I just don't think it's a lot of fighters that you could find at the weight class that you could say is either more accomplished or you got beating him undeniably. And I think that right there determines how nice he is, right? Like, you take your personal feelings and shit like that out of it, and you ask yourself those questions because you said he got to do something. So how many people, even the guy that you're comparing him to, hasn't done more than him within the sport of boxing when it comes to accolades, the shit that you was just talking about, right? So it's not, your argument is always going to be weak. You get what I'm saying? He should have checked every box that there is to check when it comes to him fighting any fight that's in his weight class that's a top fight. It should be no box that he still got to check before he get in there with anybody. You get what I'm saying? More experience, yeah, it could always help, right? Yeah, you fight another puncher or maybe as a pay to fight. Yeah, that shit always could be better going into a Tank fight to get more experience. But at the end of the day, if you never fought nobody else and it was just him and you next, that fight would be, the fight to make. It's always going to be the fight to make until one of them lose. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to see neither one of them lose before they got to fight each other. You know what I'm saying? I think that would take a little something from the fight. So, like I said, man, it's subjective as to what nice actually means in boxing, bro, because people's feelings or their personal preferences always influences their criticism, right? You know what I mean? How they view a fighter. So you could clearly see coming from a knockout guy or a guy that used to be looked at as a knockout artist, you know, have some less than good things to say about a boxer, right? You know what I'm saying? So, and it's funny that the boxer that he took shots at is the kind of boxing that he's had to do to get these wins as of late, right? Especially within since the last 10 years or so, right? So he ain't had no knockouts since 2014, I believe. And we're going to see if he can change that when he fight Brock Jarvis, man. But let's keep rolling, man. We're going to keep building in this good morning, man. Y'all double tap the screen, man. Rock out with your boy. Appreciate y'all. We're going to keep going. Something else I seen, right? And I know, you know, I usually don't put like channels names in my title or nothing like that. But in this case, you know, it wasn't for nothing bad. So shout out to Showbizz, the adult. I'm pretty sure everybody here has seen him and know who he is. But I had seen a little clip from him, little small clip. And he had gave a quick take on a Tank Roach fight. And one of the things he had said in the clip was, you know, Tank had no toolbox for Lamont Roach. But he gave an explanation as to what he meant. And I know when you hear it on the surface, you might think, he hating again, or he taking credit from Tank and he trying to knock him or play him or something like that. But nah, I'm gonna explain what I think he meant. You know what I'm saying? By it, I don't think he meant to try to like slight him. And I'm gonna tell you how I view what he said. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna play the clip. And I usually don't do this, but shout out to him. We're gonna run the clip.
Gervonta didn't have much of a tool box when he was fighting Lamont. Lamont had every answer for Gervonta. Gervonta's been doing the same damn things, thinking, okay, this should beat you. I'm gonna collect the data, then I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna turn up. And Lamont was ready for that shit. He was Lamont was never really in danger the entire fight. Actually, Lamont rocked Gervonta a few times. And Gervonta knew his goose was cooked early.
Man, shout out to Biz, man. So I'm pretty sure that's a longer clip, but that's the gist of what he was saying that I wanted to get to. Legend never died. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to you, Pooh the Kid, my guy, man. Being a member for 3 months. Appreciate you, Just my G, the most unbiased channel in these spaces. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. So look, I heard that clip and you heard what he said. He didn't have a toolbox for Lamont Roach. You know, and I know when you hear that, you like, see, you hating. That sound like you hating. How you gonna say Tank don't got a toolbox? But think about what else he said. You get what I'm saying? For that particular fight. You get what I'm saying? And the reason why I think what he's saying makes some kind of sense because of what he said after that. He said, you know, he do the same thing that he typically do in terms of the approach, right? Where you collect the data and then you turn up. And I feel like I've seen that very same approach. It's very similar to other fights, right? The approach where you know, he see what you're working with first and then he start to work and it's over from there, right? It's the Tank show. But I think the fact that Lamont was familiar with him was the reason, obviously, that when he did try to turn up that way, it didn't work the way it typically works, right? And you got to think, it's not that he don't have a toolbox. It's just he brought the same set of tools that it's been working for so long. It's been working for so long. Who's to say that very same approach wouldn't have worked against Lamont? It's not to say that he don't have that toolbox per se, right? But when have you had to use it, right? So I know when you hear that, you like, damn, Showbizz, it sound crazy to say he don't got no toolbox. But nah, it's the same box that's been working and it's, you know, it's been successful constantly for so long that you haven't had a reason to tweak it much, right? Tweak it much. People always say he approach every fight differently to a degree. Like I understand that, but I just think it's worked for so long. Why would I have to switch what I've been doing against this dude? It's not that he don't have it. And when you hear Calvin say shit like, well, you just want somebody to press that button. And I always said, maybe after the fight, this pressed a button for him. You get what I'm saying? And now you got an opportunity to look at that 12 rounds and say, all right, what I normally do don't work. And he know me. So now you can do a little bit more of what Calvin and them coaches already know you capable of doing. So I think when Showbizz said that, it wasn't like a diss or a slight. It's like, yo, he been doing this shit for so long and it's been successful. Why switch it? So he did it against this guy. Okay, it didn't work. That doesn't mean he don't got the other tools. That just means he know now I got to do a little bit more the next time. And you can't tell me that's not realistic to think. right? He definitely can do more. And we all walked away from the fight feeling like he can do better in the next fight. The question for me is how much better could Lamont do, because he did so damn well and better than what people expected. You just don't know how much room there is, right, to get better than what he just did. Not saying that he can't, but the consensus is Tank is the one that can do considerably better because people expect more, right? You know what I mean? Or they just know that it's more there. And that's what I feel. So when he says something about not having a toolbox, if that particular night, the toolbox you had wasn't the one that you needed to get you over the edge, right? So it's cool. It's good to see. And I said this before, when people they know each other, fight's gonna be a lot more competitive than what you think. You got to throw when you familiar with somebody, you kind of got to throw records aside. Y'all looking at a loss. Oh, he lost to Jamel Herring. No, you got to take Tank 30-0, 28 knockouts. Throw that to the side. Lamont, what was he? 25-1-1. Think Tank 10 knockouts. You got to throw that shit out because it don't matter as much. You get me? It's a different matchup. These are not two guys that this is the first time they ever been in front of each other. So you can't expect it to go how their fights typically go. You can't expect it. You get what I'm saying? We still had it in our mind. Yeah, and even me, I'm guilty of it. I said 8-10. I think he getting him out of there. You know what I'm saying? And I stood on that. I still feel like it's possible in a rematch, right? But it just was one of them fights, bro. It was one of them fights that you gotta look at the matchup and the history, not the records and who Tank knocked out before or who Lamont Roach lost to. That stuff don't matter as much when you got guys that really know and expect, know what to kind of expect from one another, right? They asked Lamont Roach, could you say that you know more about him than anybody else he's been in the ring with? He was like, yeah, obviously grew up with him, and Tank kept telling you that they got history. So that's why I think the fight played out that way. Not because they got history and Tank couldn't turn off the friend switch. Nah, they got history, being familiar with each other, knowing each other tendencies to a certain degree. And to Lamont Roach's credit, I think he got a little bit better after he lost to Jamel Herring. I do. Shout out to Pooh the Kid, my guy, man. Appreciate you listening in on my route this morning. Appreciate you, man. Safe travels on the road, my guy. Appreciate you. We gonna keep doing this.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your Jusdueboxing.
Shout out to my cousin Ashley's Corner. I said what Showbizz said on Saturday after the fight. Oh, okay, at work, just showing love, fans. Shout out to my cousin, man. Don't work too hard over there. Oh yeah, man. So yes, you another one. So you know it wasn't no hate, So I know most people when they hear that, they like, man, that shit don't sound right. What you mean? Like, what you mean? Think ain't had no toolbox. But like I said, for me, I don't think I'm putting words in his mouth. I think he would probably agree on what I just said, right? Like, just that particular fight, the toolbox that normally unlocks the keys to success in any other fight, you just probably needed a little bit more of what is under that hood, right? To get the job done. And maybe being that guys are creatures of habit. Fighters are creatures of habit. Muscle memory is real and all that. And if you've been approaching and doing things the same way from a mental standpoint with consistently, but having success while doing so, it's going to be hard to kind of just deviate from that just because you fight. You get what I'm saying? Because you fight Lamont Roach. I just don't feel like Tank felt enough of need to switch up what he was doing differently. You get what I'm saying? And now that he's had a fight with him and he's like, okay, this was a good fight. This was a close fight. The next one ain't going to be so close. I'm going to do this X, Y, and Z a bit differently. And I think that's real. So that's something that I'm looking forward to seeing in a rematch. That's why I would push for wanting to see it. It's not about hating or anybody or wanting to see somebody lose. I always say it, whenever you get a really good fight, you be wanting to see it again. And that we got a good fight, and I feel like we're going to see it again. The 4 o'clock show won't be happening today. I'm not sure because I got some work being done in here. Like if he comes, he coming between 3 and 4, and I feel like he's gonna be in here making noise. If he can get done before 4, I'll still come back. I definitely still come back. But it's like touch and go. I definitely put up a community post for sure. That's why I came early. I don't want it to be, drilling and sounds and screwing, and it's like you can't even, But shout out to my guy. But we gonna keep rocking, man. So yeah, I thought it was an interesting take from him, man. One that probably had pissed some people off just hearing it and not thinking about, thinking deeper on what he was saying. You get what I'm saying? So we all know that Tank definitely has a toolbox. We can't say that he don't. You just want to know how much more, right? And the reason why I only ask that, because you always hear his coach say he ain't never had to show it. Nobody ever pressed that button. And maybe at some point during the fight, the button was pressed. Maybe some point after the fight, the button was pressed, right? I said that there's a possibility just mentally. Like when I hear button being pressed, it's mental. And it's like, all right, I got to lock in a bit different for this dude. He know a couple of my tricks. I got him. You get what I'm saying? I know what I need to do the next time around. And you can't tell me that a fighter won't think that way, right? So I won't say that there's not more under the hood. I'll just say that, the second time around in a rematch, it would be cool to see him show us the more that's under the hood, right? You know what I'm saying? I think that's fair. So I won't count him out. Won't say that he can't do better. I won't say that the fight is going to look exactly the same way, because I think it's more on the line now. You get what I'm saying? I think the last thing either guy want, especially the A side guy, is to want another draw where you don't beat a guy. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to run it back just to run it back and don't win. He coming to win. So I think, the game plan will be tweaked. I don't think it will be drastically different, because I don't think it has to be. But I think after seeing how competitive and how good those 12 rounds was fought, particularly the back half of the fight, you definitely could see him making some tweaks so he can make some adjustments. You know what I'm saying? So I look forward to a really good fight this next time around. I do, man. I think both guys gonna want to separate themselves a bit more than they did, obviously, the first time. That just wasn't enough. That's not enough separation there. They're not, you get what I'm saying? That neither guy is obviously satisfied with, just a draw. You know what I'm saying? And even Lamont Roach, like, he felt like he acknowledged the blown call or whatever, but he wasn't banking on that. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, hopefully both of those guys, work out whatever details need to be worked out for a rematch to come. We get a date on it, and we see it's another good fight between them guys, man. They deserve it, both of them truly deserve another shot at it. You know what I'm saying? Lamont Roach showed you every reason why he deserved the opportunity that so many people felt like he didn't. Now let's see in a rematch, as long as that happens, if he can repeat that effort or, give people another reason to cheer from. Because like I say, even had he got knocked out like you would have thought he would have, my respect for him would have still been the same way, because especially how that fight was going. Like if he'd have just had, got caught at some point, it would have been all good to me. I still wouldn't have looked at him no different, because that's just what Tank do. Cecil would have do. So like I said, that normal approach, collect the data and then turn up. I said it. I did feel like I seen that from Tank, but I told y'all all along, I thought after seeing it, Lamont Roach just was more aware of it and had an answer for it and was able to counter back intelligently and kind of stop the fight from getting away from him when the turn up happened, right? And you see any other Tank fights, when he start to turn up, start to hit you with more consistency, and it becomes more regular, right? A more regular occurrence, and then, it's the show from there. He wear you down, sooner or later, you out of there. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, credit to Lamont Roach, and I think this was in large part due to him, those guys being in the ring with each other. He was able to weather that initial storm and any other potential storm brewing in the fight, right? Stop himself from not only getting knocked out, but stopping the fight from getting out of reach. You get what I'm saying? Like the fight could have got away from him at some point. And I think he did a really good job at not letting that happen. And it led to some really close rounds and then a close overall fight. So rematch should be popping, man. I got a little clip from Lamont where he was talking about it and how he felt about it. And he went on the show talking about it, about the rematch situation or the fight situation. But I think at the end of the day, as long as he get another opportunity, he gonna be good. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what he care about them more than anything. Cecil, what it do, homie? GQ, he said people just have to come to terms and realize Tank can't box with boxers, especially not elite with IQ. That fight showed you why he stays away from Shakur. I mean, look, I can't I know there are going to be people that say that, right? I know that's people that's going to say that. And I understand why after seeing it once. Like some people feel like I only needed to see a fight like that. And look, I'm a little prisoner of that to a degree. Because I ain't going to lie, low key, I was saying like, I don't even know if y'all ever heard me say this on here. I was saying to myself, if Lamont can make it 12 rounds, I think people have to let up on this whole notion that if he fights Shakur, it's a guaranteed knockout. You get what I'm saying? And I still think like that. I think you got to stop guaranteeing knockouts because, you know, everybody ain't coming to get knocked out. Yeah, Lamont had his game plan and his way of not getting knocked out. Shakur, I'm pretty sure, will have his own way as well. But I just feel like at that level, and Lamont raised his level to Tanks right on the night. I think you could cancel out some of the levels, the records, who they fought and all that stuff with them dudes knowing each other, right? As I keep saying, but I don't know. I think it'd be different, man, with them two getting in there. I think it'd be different. So we're going to have to see. But I don't know if they, for me, it's not like staying away from boxers because they feel like he can't beat them. You know, I think guys want the show, and you're going to fight guys that you can make money with and still deliver the show. And guys like Shakur you run a risk of those plans being ruined if you fighting him. But the same shit goes on the other side for Shakur with the success that he's been able to have, the people he's been able to beat, the way he's been able to beat them, right? What you think they're going to say if he's to get in there with Tank and he can't beat him the way he beat everybody else and he loses, right? Or vice versa. It's going to be a lot of shit to be said. And that's why I say, man, ultimately, that's a fight that just has to be made because there are so many good questions looming around it, you know, that it just sums up to it being a good boxing match. Dark Kent, what it do, family? I'm definitely surprised. Earned my respect as a fan of the boxing. I would love to see the rematch as well. Me too. I think they should do it. Saying it, this and all his flaws I told people years ago. Said show he throw the same punches and forces shots. Average defense, plus he's not on Shakur's level mentally. I listen, I feel you. For me, I always thought of Tank as one of the most and toughest mental, fighters mentally, right? The way he approaches things. His confidence doesn't waver. It's really hard to get him to second guess himself and to deviate from what he knows is gonna work. It's very, very hard to do that. Maybe Lamont was able to do that in some spots during the fight, but overall, typically from fight to fight, maybe everybody wants to attribute it to who he's been fighting as to why he's been looking that way. But I mean, that's obvious, right? With anybody that's building up a resume or a record, right? They look a certain way because of who they fought, but I think it's also because of what he has as a fighter. But I also think the same way, like, you might feel like boxers might challenge him, guys that bring that combination of athleticism with that type of punching power and IQ could challenge Shakur in the very same ways. So it's a real conversation, right? Like, I can't tell you what you're saying is wrong. That's just the way you see it. I can understand it, but I could also see it on the other end for the other guy. Like, they would be, I think, each other's toughest challenge for real. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Tank's kryptonite is just like these boxers per se, right? I just think those are obviously the toughest challenges if you look at who some of those guys are. But for most guys that 9 times out of 10, man, that shit ain't gonna be enough. It's a small number, very small number of guys that could test him in that way. And it just so happened Lamont Roach was one of them. So we'll have to see. Shout out to GQ though, man. Shout out, man. I feel you. Yeah, I think he is defensively too. Thomas Hill, my guy, was good with it, man. Yeah, man. We going vertical, man. Y'all just double tap the screen for your boy. We're gonna keep building, man. Had to come on early. I had to call it audible, y'all. So pardon me. So we here though. We here. But yeah, man. It's just, you could break it down all day, man. And it's a lot of ways you could look at it, right? Everybody has flaws, but shit. Yeah, you let them tell it. Some people said he ain't got no flaws. I just listened to a podcast. They said he don't got flaws. I forget which one it was. Damn, who was just saying that? They just said it. They said Tank ain't got no flaws. I was just like, that's just crazy to say. I feel like every fighter is flawed. Even whether you're able to see them or not is another thing, or whether or not fighters are able to take advantage of those flaws is the question, right? Everybody has flaws, but can the opponent on the night take advantage of those flaws and be successful in the actual fight? You get me? If not, then it's shit. It's all for nothing. Thurman versus Jarvis. I got Thurman winning Dark King. I got him doing his thing. I don't know if he'll stop the kid, but I feel like I ain't gonna say he should because I ain't big on saying somebody should stop him. But the way he talking, you would think he gonna go for a stoppage at least. I think he should beat him soundly though. This dude, he got way more experience over this dude. Dude ain't never been in front of nobody like a Keith Thurman. The time that he stepped it up, it was against Parrow, and Parrow stopped him in the round. And it's all over for your boy Tank. Now, Jesse said, tell these ninjas what they want to hear. Oh, they done found Tank weakness. I mean, look, you can look at that fight and say you see some things, right? That a boxer would be able to, like, take advantage of, right? That's normal. But you have to be able to do it on a night. You get what I'm saying? You got to be your best on that night. That's the crazy thing about sports, especially boxing. You got to try to have your best night every night. And if you don't, you really run the risk severely of losing. You know what I'm saying? This is one of them sports. I'm telling you. Yeah, it is. It is very impressive for a guy with low output. And I just think that low output approach is probably the biggest thing that he could have done differently to change maybe the way the fight played out possibly. You know what I mean? More punches, more activity is always a good thing. You know what I mean? Stopped in one round by the likes of Lamont Powell. Yeah, Brock Jarvis did. So, I ain't one for saying guys got to get stoppages, but he got to do something, baby. You got to make something shake. He got to beat him convincingly, though. I won't say he got to stop him, but he got to beat him convincingly, though. But I'm about to play this little 9-minute interview from Lamont. He went on what was this podcast, and Rob, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Top of the morning to y'all, man. I know it's early. It ain't forward, but we gonna be here. We gonna build for a little bit, y'all.
Welcome into a very special ProBox TV. Some breaking news. The appeal filed on behalf of Lamont Roach Jr. to the New York State Athletic Commission has been denied. That petition, of course, to overturn the results of the fight against Gervonta Davis last Saturday. I have Gary Jonas, ProBox TV, of course, who filed the appeal along with Lamont Roach Jr. himself. Lamont, let me start with you. What's your emotional reaction to this news? Just off the top, your thoughts about it as it's just been announced.
Just off the top, man, I was, a little disappointed. Just for the sake of boxing itself, and obviously my result for the fight. I think like the key that they pointed out the things that were actually done wrong. And there's still no movement to overturn the fight. Just really saddened me a little bit. But I wasn't too hung on the decision of the New York State Athletic Commission. I kind of accepted my fate just a little bit. I had a lot of hope, though. I'm not gonna lie, I had a lot of hope. But it is what it is.
Gary, I got to go with you. When off what Lamont was saying, I thought that was the most interesting thing in the press release that I read was, yes, mistakes were made. Yes, it should have been knocked down. No, we're not overturning the decision. That contradiction kind of got to me. What did you think of it?
Well, we were kind of expecting it. I mean, we know the pattern, and the reality is that the draw made it easy for the commission to go this route, meaning no harm done to anybody. And so the philosophy that Gervonta would have fought the fight differently had he known he got taken a 2-point round, that's a legitimate argument. It doesn't change the fact that, well, who's getting the short end of the stick? Somebody has to, and now they decided it has to be Lamont. But the draw made it easier. So they're just saying, okay, well, listen, do it again. We'll figure it out. It's a draw. It's no blood, no foul. So I think it's unfortunate from the legacy point of view, from all the little things that not always we're not going to say they don't matter. The most important thing out of this is that people know who won that fight. People know Lamont won that fight. That to me is number one, because it's the fans who matter and it's what they think that matters. And so we got that too. The young man deserved all the recognition he's gotten in the last week, and this has made him an overnight star, and he deserves it. He deserves it for the way he handles himself, the way he contorts himself. So we got almost everything. We just didn't get it all.
If you're looking for the like button, just double tap the screen, man. That's all. Appreciate you.
And the reality is, people ask me, are we going to sue him? Look, inevitably, that's Lamont's decision. And I can't tell them what to do and not to do. But I will say this. I'm not in favor of a drawn-out lawsuit. It's more distraction.
Right, Thomas.
I really would prefer Lamont have the mentality, and I think he does, that let's go get it. Let's stay focused. This rematch is coming soon. It's not going to be a long wait. And I just want him to get back to focus on what he does in the ring, and all this outside the ring thing, it's a distraction. So when you look at it, the whole thing, we add it all up. It was a great result for Lamont Roach in every way except that last formality. And now he's more motivated than ever before to go right the wrong. He's going to put that L
Marcus, what it
on
do,
Gervonta.
homie?
He's going to do it in the rematch, and it'll be a glorious time when he does it.
And that's a guy that's a member of Lamont Roach team speaking. So all that noise that y'all was hearing about, all that misinformation with them putting that out there that Lamont Roach was suing or something to that effect, that's all false. He ain't suing shit. They what they do, they put something in on his behalf, but that was pertaining to the ruling. That had nothing to do with trying to sue Tank. No lawsuit, no none of that. You heard his man speak. He would prefer that he just focus on getting it back, and that's what he want to do anyway. So you get me? It wasn't nobody being sued and none of that. You get what I'm saying? Let's talk fashion. My guy Remo in the building was good, bro. So there's no suing going on. And that man wanted back. He want that rematch back. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no.
What I am curious about, Lamont, is so often in a rematch, the winner fights the same fight twice, right? The winner does what they did before, thinking it'll work the same way again. In this sense, you won, but you got to draw tactically. Do you need to add more to this rematch? Do you think Gervonta comes in more focused than he did last time? What's your thought on the tactics of a rematch after this draw that was basically a victory for you in the eyes of the public?
Definitely, in my eyes and
needed,
in my
bro.
view, that I have to come with it all. I have to do more. Obviously, just to secure the win is doing just enough to get a draw. So I have to push harder. I have to train harder. I have to be more mean. I have to be more physical. I have to do a lot. I have to do everything just a little more. And I think that will definitely put me over the hump, and I'm more than motivated to get back in there, get back in the camp, and work hard so I can secure a victory over a pound for pound fighter, in which I believe that I am myself.
You know what I'm saying? You see, he ready to get back in there. And remember, I told y'all, like in a rematch, I know both guys that feel like it's just they could have did a little more, worked a little harder here, and here. And you hear exactly what he's saying. Exactly. You heard me just say that. And that's his thoughts. Like, yo, I know I could do a bit better here to secure a victory. And I know Tank and his team feel the same damn way, bro. We about to make some tweaks. We ain't got to make no real big changes. We're going to just add a little more. And we're going to go out there and get that dub. And I just think that's where both guys are. Shout out to my dog, Ann McQueen, too, man.
Gary, when you look at the result of this, do you think there's need to be systemic changes in boxing where someone can say, as Jack Reese told us when we broke this down and got his opinions about all this, he goes, well, it's referee's discretion. It's referees. We heard that over and over and over again, and we're the only sport that kind of functions in this way. What systemic changes would you like to see in boxing so we don't have this kind of mistake again?
Well, that was exactly it. That was the fascinating part to me, is how Jack Reese kept saying it's the referee's discretion. So obviously, it would have been a lot easier for Mr. Willis to just not have to rely on discretion and just call balls and strikes. You took a knee, you take a point. But as soon as you put it in someone's discretion, now they have to second guess, and it creates chaos. So now we understand why the sport's a mess in this regard. I think they've got to change this discretion because it doesn't work. It's much better when you can just give the officials the rule book and say, call balls and strikes, man.
Right.
That's not your
I agree
job
with that.
to be judge and jury and exercise discretion. That's too much power for one person in such a big fight on a big night.
Right.
Call balls and strikes, and we can work it out afterwards. But I think that is just the a lot of people didn't understand that these are not rules. They are possible infractions. Again, at the discretion of one man who's got a lot going on at that moment. So I think we found something. I think we found the flaw in at least that part of how a fight is governed the night of a fight. They've got it. The commissions have to change this and stop leaving it up to discretion and make it easier on the officials that night.
I agree with that 1,000,000%. Like, because it eliminates like this quote unquote gray area where you leaving it up for somebody to decide, and then they could end up making a mistake like Willis did, starting and stopping. You know, that doesn't happen if he's told to just call balls and strikes, and it's not left up to the discretion of the referee, right? You just got to call shit how you see it, right? Just like bro said, and that's any fight, not just this fight. Just call it how it is. You know what I'm saying? No exceptions, right? Call shit how it is. Make the rules plain. It's plain as hell. You get what I'm saying? And don't let it or allow it to be confusing for the people that's watching or the guy that has to make the call, right? It shouldn't be a damn debate in his head as to what call to make based on his discretion. Should be just call it how it is, call balls and strikes, and I'm cool with that. Shout out to KQKC too, the OG, always saying that, call balls and strikes.
What did Captain Barboza say? There are more guidelines than rules. It seems like a similar thing in boxing, right? It's more guidelines than rules. But Lamont, this whole war being fought in front of the jury, which is the public, the support you've gotten, man, the people that have been behind you. What are your thoughts on it? It seems like almost universally people, A, thought you fought an amazing fight, and B, thought you won it and it got taken from you. What has that outpouring meant to you as a fighter?
It meant a lot to me, man. The core boxing fans and even the spectators across the world, man, just it shows their support. It shows that everyone saw what happened that night. Everyone saw the true outcome. Even though we didn't get it on the scorecard, everyone knows, and that's the importance. Even throughout this appeal situation,
salute to the
they were supportive and thinking that the fight should have been overturned, and that's what really matters. That everyone knows. So, yeah, we didn't get it on paper, but in the hearts of everyone who watched that fight, and especially the ones that are sensible, they know what happened that night, man.
So, Gary, of course, the important question on everyone's mind, how close is the rematch? How big will it be?
I ain't gonna lie, I would like to hear Tank, do an interview or two. I really would, but I guess he probably don't want to answer the same shit over and over because they're gonna ask the same shit over and over. But I wouldn't mind hearing one good interview from Tank. I like to hear from both sides and how they feel and what they feel like they want to do differently, right? Just hate only having to hear from one side. And then it becomes a negative thing, right, to some people because they look at it like Lamont Roach is on some like celebration tour. I don't think that's the case. I don't think he's celebrating not getting knocked out. I think that's just people projection, right? That's just what they think. I think he's making his rounds. He just fought one of the best fighters in the world where he was a heavy underdog and a lot of people thought he was going to get knocked out, and it was a controversial knee that took place and a call and then assistant from the corner. It was a lot that happened. So you would think like anybody would be like, people want to talk to him. I'm pretty sure people are reaching out to talk to him, and as they should. You're going to want to hear. And I'm pretty sure people want to hear from Tank. He just probably ain't beat. You know what I'm saying? Can't win a fair fight with Tank. Rap discretion is always going to be for the A side. I mean, that's how it looks, Just ain't above the fray. He needs to answer the questions. Yeah, to build a rematch. I would love to hear it, Thomas. Like, I ain't demanding 20 interviews from him or multiple. I would like to just hear one. And it ain't got to be no long one. This wasn't long right here.
Is it getting done?
Very close. It's in my mind, it's a done deal, but there are formalities, but it's a done deal and it's not far off. I can't give you more than that right now. What I can tell you is that it's going to be an interesting fight. I think you got dynamics. You got Gervonta, who's probably going to be angry, probably woken up, probably more focused than he has been, not talking about retirement. That's a factor. At the same time, you have Lamont going in with a world of confidence, right? Lamont won the last half of the fight. I still think the first rounds were very close and could have been split, and he would have had an easy win. But Lamont was definitely taken over. So we're going into round 13. And the momentum is all on Lamont's side. The confidence that he has, him going in and weathering the storm of being ridiculed all up into that fight, being booed, being whatever. What do you think's going to happen now? Is he getting cheered? How does this sound?
You got to. You got to cheer both fighters on.
Momentum. You've got crowd support.
Got to. Both fighters get cheered on. Both.
Lamont, and you have
cheering both on. They gave us a great fight, and they're giving it to us again. Especially to do it again. Cheering both on.
Doesn't help Gervonta. So I think this is going to be really, really intriguing rematch.
High drama that every boxing fan is looking forward to. Thank you so much, Gary Jones. Thank you so much, Lamont Roach Jr. Pro Box TV. It's where you get your Pro Box box.
Shout out to Pro Box, man. That was a good little build with Lamont Roach right there, man. And him and his representative speaking. So you got some good things out of there. They let you know what they felt about the fight. They let you know that they feel like the rematch is there. He said it's some formality. So, you know, as much as he could say, but he feel like it should be on the way. And that's what Lamont want. He not, he was initially a little disappointed, right, with the decision, right? Because they could have just left it at what it was at rather than try to, make any call and just to leave it at what it was. I didn't need it to be switched anyway. I just felt like the fight was good enough. It just sold the next fight. That's all. And just let it be some controversy. Controversy sells. Controversy is good. Stop being hung up on, if somebody cheated. I don't think somebody cheated. I just think somebody made a human error in real time. And some people just can't make peace with that. Unfortunately, it looked like it benefited the A-side guy. I get it. But, I think in that instance, that wasn't what he was looking at. I don't think Steve Willis was thinking like, yeah, I got to let Tank slide because it's him. Me personally, I don't feel that way. So, look, I'm cool with a little controversy, man. It sells and it's boxing and it's all good, especially if it leads to another fight. That's all we want to see. You get what I'm saying? Shout out to Emmanuel, my dog, man. What's good, bro? He said the waves started thunder cracking. Times Square, a raging storm is brewing. Can Peter Haney's prize keep his eyes on the prize, or will he say? You talk about young Debo. So yeah, man. Rematch sound like it's on the way, man. And I think it'll be entertaining because Tank has an opportunity to show more of his bag and more of his toolbox that people may think he don't got. He might have officially had gotten that button pressed, right? Lamont might have officially pressed that button from, just doing good in the fight. That might have been enough to say, all right, you know what? And it's controversy and they talking crazy. He had to caught a couple boos for his explanation. He don't get booed. I'm pretty sure that motivates him. It's a lot of little ingredients and little things that just make you want to see a good fight, especially when you just supporting the guys and just want to see him go back out there and see who's going to pull it off. But I think the favorite to beat Tank again for obvious reasons, man. It's hard to pick against that man. It's very hard to pick against Gervonta Davis. Losing. It's very hard. It's not something easy to do. Yeah, he just looked confused, bro. And I think because people haven't seen it, they just not trying to level with that because they feel like you should be able to handle all these situations. And I understand that thought, feeling like he should be able to handle it, but it was just so unique and different, right? Because it's so much to consider if you just put yourself in his shoes instead of just expecting it to be a certain way, right? Try putting yourself in that guy's shoes in real time, and it's all that is on the line. You got a really big fight on the line. Do you disqualify him for the help in the corner, right? Do you start counting again? Like after you stop? Like it's just so much there, man. It's so much there. And I think it really sums up to a guy being genuinely confused. I don't think it's a time where you could go back in his career and say that's happened quite to him that way. It was a lot going on. So I think it was like, oh shit, it was one of them oh shit moments like, damn, all right, look, no harm, no foul, but don't do that shit again. Like, you get me? And I know people ain't trying to hear it. They're like, but he did it. I get it. But he was like, bro, he looked like he was like confused as hell, genuinely. It's just as confused as we was. You know what I mean? Difference was he had to hurry up and try to make sense out of the situation as fast as possible. And I think, after initially missing and making up the call, I think he did right. Just like restoring order, just letting him get back to it. And just peace. It's got their favorite Christmas present for the first day of March. Fat, you get me? He was confused though. Shout out to my dog down to his boxing talk. Got Lamont. I feel you. Is the rematch official? Hannibal. They said his J boxing was good. They said it looked like it's on the way, but he said there are formalities, so that's all he can really say. But his thoughts is that it's gonna happen and it'll probably be announced soon. So that was him and his team speaking. So at least we know this. We know about the controversy. We know we've seen a great fight. We know we want to see it again. We know there's a rematch clause in the contract just in case of a loss or draw. We know Tank said he'll push for it if he got to end of May, since he's talking, right? We know he said that. So it seems verbally like, at least for us, he's committed to the rematch, at least verbally, right? And then you heard Lamont say, look, my part already signed. It was in the contract. Let's do it. So if you're just going off of what was last said from the fighters, they sound like they want to do it. But that's verbal. Because here's the other side of it now. I gotta go ask a couple people. I gotta go check some sources on this one though. I'm hearing little rumblings about the PBC potentially influencing him not to take the rematch and reach out and fight Loma. So that I don't like to hear that, because in a sense he's already verbally committed to it. And I think, in this climate, people gonna hold on to every word. So if he don't do it, they're going to say, oh, he ducked the rematch. And it's just going to be so much that come from that. And I'm not saying he care or don't. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But if that's something he want to deal with, then maybe you explore another possibility and not give him the rematch. But I think after this, just with the controversy, the missed call and things like that, and then verbally agreeing, and how good the fight was in and of itself, I think I would love to see them do it. So if I had to go off the last thing Tank said, he was talking rematch. He wasn't talking Loma. He wasn't talking about nobody else. Even the guy that he was supposed to call out, he didn't call him out because of what happened. So that changed his plans as well. So, and people said that was Jake Paul that he was supposed to call out, which I think is a circus. So to some degree, man, Lamont Roach is like the unsung hero. If the reason that fight didn't happen is because they had a draw. Truth be told, I think people should be saluting him even more. You should make sure you go tap in and Lamont Roach. Go follow him, man. Go support him. He the unsung hero. You get to see your favorite fighter go in there and get his lick back, shut people's mouths, do it all over again. I know a lot of y'all super confident in his ability to go get it done, and I get it. But I got to speak about this too. So that's one thing that I'm hearing. Like I said, I got to check. I got to fact check. I got to source check that a little bit to see if that's factual about them reaching out to Loma and then them, him being influenced not to take the rematch. That the fallout from that is just going to be wild. They're going to talk crazy. So that would be weak. So I hope that's not the case. But like I said, I'm going to double check that and I'll get back to you. But something I got to speak of, man, I have to, because I'm just due. And I think it's weird, the kind of energy that Lamont Roach is getting. I think the energy that Lamont Roach getting is very, very weird online. I don't know if y'all see it. I ain't got to say from where, but I see it. It's very weird, man. Yeah, people are treating this man like he's supposed to just say, yeah, I got paid and I should be grateful and just, yeah, let's do the rematch. Like he shouldn't have had an opinion on a call that was made and then not made. And then you got the commission coming out and saying a mistake clearly was made. And the fact that he's fighting to try to get that, what they admitted to was a mistake justified, is confusing. That people are just like attacking him online and writing long ass messages to him like he's some type of sucker or something. I see people saying they don't like him no more. He's ungrateful. Tank did this. Tank put him on. You should just be happy. I'm like, I've never heard this energy from boxing fans. No other fan base. This is weird. Like, bro, he's a man that fought. That man that everybody said he was going to get knocked out against. Most people said he was going to get knocked out. The odds suggested that he was going to get knocked out. He stood tall, did damn well, way better than what people gave him credit for. And then there was a call that the commission admitted to that was missed, or it was a mistake being made. And the fact that he's allowing his team to kind of see if they can get justice or get that call rectified. You got people online attacking that man is weird. Yeah, just be happy. He made you money. He put you on. He did this for you. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with people, man? Like, yeah, it's not a malicious bone in his body. He ain't talking crazy. He ain't talking down to him. He just felt like he won the fight. He felt like he seen something that he could make aware of, make the commission aware of this. Like, yo, what happened? This happened. Like, you get what I'm saying? I don't see the negative intent behind what he's doing. I don't understand why he's getting the flack that he's getting. I don't understand why people are coming crazy at him like that. I don't get it. I don't know why he's being talked to like that. Shit don't make sense. It's weird. It's like you would think he did something wrong. You know what I'm saying? He didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? So he deserving money for the rematch. Yeah. Everything my John would do, they been with us, bro. Yeah, they super weird, bro. It's strange. It's like, damn, man, why y'all be coming crazy like this? Coach, shout out to Coach. Shout out to Coach Kevin Cunningham, bro. Real quick. Remember we was up here talking about Keith Thurman, right? Coach Kevin Cunningham said, I don't know what the Keith Thurman's talking about. Gervonta versus Shakur Stevenson will be the biggest fight in the lightweight division in decades. Talk to him, Coach. Talk to him, Coach, because he talking crazy. Yeah, and that's crazy, man. Thurman better not get knocked out now. Thurman better get a knockout now. The way he talking about Shakur just gonna have to box. He was sounding like he feels sorry for the fact that Shakur a boxer. He's gonna have to box and box and box. Bro has been boxing since 2014. To all decisions, bro. Bro, we get decision after decision talking about boxing. He shot out. I love Keith though, man. Keith was a bad boy in his absolute prime. And I still think he got it in him a little left in him. But he better not get knocked out. Hope we can get back to see the best fight no matter who they are, right? I'm telling you, AJ, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you, OJ. He talking big Pete that once again. Keefy poo. Yeah, man. Kevin Cunningham said he don't know what the F Keith talking about, but Gervonta versus Shakur would be the biggest fight in the lightweight division in decades. If you know, you know. Now, if you on some sensitive stuff and you in your emotions, then you might can't see it. But that is the fight, man. That is the fight, bro. I guarantee you they probably won't have an empty seat in the spot. I'm telling you, bro. There probably won't be an empty seat in the spot they fight. Gotta love it, man. And look, this would be the first fighter. I might have to talk about this. Y'all better hope if I make it here later, we might talk about this. But I hope I'm able to. But if not, we still gonna talk about this. But it messing around and not be an empty seat in the spot, bro. And you telling me one reason why that fight can't happen, and then Shakur would be the first opponent, as I was about to say, I almost forgot to say it. He would be the first opponent, in my opinion, that's bringing his fans with him. Y'all think I'm tripping on that? Y'all get what I'm saying? He got some fans that he can bring with him, some people that genuinely want to see him win too. You get what I'm saying? It would be a lot of people that are vested on, I ain't saying it'll be split because Tank gonna bring him out. But the fact that he'll have a dance partner like that, they gonna bring them all out. And I think Shakur have a fair amount of fans out of anybody that he fought really genuinely there, feeling like he can win. Not just they're rooting for him, right? Really feeling like he could win. I'm telling you, that should be a movie, man. That should be a movie. Man, I hope they're able to sit down and hash out that fight. Because I feel like that's the only way it's gonna happen. I think I'm starting to feel like if it get left up to the suits, and y'all know what I mean by that, like waiting for somebody to say, "Oh yeah, Shakur, we want to fight you." That's probably not gonna happen. It's probably not gonna happen. It's obvious fight to make. Yeah, number 1 versus 2, and we all know who number 1 is. You know what I'm saying? Hannibal just asks Rick Glazier. You know what I'm saying? We all know who number 1 is. Just ask Rick Glazier, know what I'm saying? Number 1 versus number 2. I think I'm gonna steer the pot if I can make it back later, y'all. If I can make it back later, I'm gonna steer the pot. I had some fun with this. I'm gonna have some fun, but this is what Rick said, and I don't really like quoting him, but I'm just making fun with this one. I don't like quoting him, but he said most looked at Tank Davis before last night as the best lightweight in the world. After last night, Tank isn't even the best lightweight in the Baltimore, Washington, DMV area. He tried to go far. He taking shots. I ain't think he went that far. He said right now, he said rightfully belongs to Lamont Roach. He said the best lightweight in the world hails from Newark, New Jersey, and that's Shakur Stevenson. # boxing. I know I could imagine the comments on this tweet. Yo, they probably was going crazy on Rick when he said this. Like, boy, you crazy? Nah, this is funny though. I don't really quote him too much because I don't really understand his game. It seems like I don't know, like just a negative approach. It's like I had fun with him picking Shakur. Like I mess with y'all about that, but I don't know. I mean, look, all it is crazy in boxing. All it takes is one fight, and then we throw away everything that you built up until that point, and you don't even got to lose. Tank just showed you that you don't even got to lose, bro. And I get it. You'll start having questions naturally when you see a fight play out closer than you expect or whatever the case. I get it, but it's like we almost submit what we think is fact. Like, yeah, man, I knew it. I knew it the whole time. Like, nah, because if you knew it, then you would have been betting on Lamont Roach. For the people that's saying that, I ain't gonna say it ain't nobody that bet on him, but you know, we knew what the odds was, bro. They didn't have him winning. So he shocked a lot of people. If we just being honest, you know, he shocked a hell of a lot of people, myself included. He showed me that he really liked that. He really liked that. So he needs the rematch, and then fight Corey. Yeah, I think the rematch is due though. I think the rematch is due, and I think that allows Shakur to kind of get another fight in too. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I won't trip off that. I don't see how, you know, him getting a fight is a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't see it. I don't see how him getting another fight in is bad, especially being that, you know, they got a rematch anyway. The point is to try to stay active, keep getting your experience, keep racking up them wins. You know what I mean? Just keep getting better, keep working. You know what I mean? Don't sit on the sideline for no stretch period of time. Stay active. So when that fight is there and is ready and ripe and ready, you everywhere you need to be to make that shit happen. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to see. That's definitely what I want to see. So I'm just hopeful. I'm hopeful that's what we got. So yeah, man, they saying like the profile clip, fam. Yeah, I double tap. We ain't done yet. We still building. We ain't done just yet. We gonna keep cooking. But let's see, man. Let's see, man. I think everybody is sitting here waiting to see when that rematch gonna get announced or what they next move gonna be. Because, like I said, it's some rumblings about this. Some rumblings about Tank not being influenced or encouraged not to fight Lamont, but fight reach out to Loma or somebody like that. So we're just gonna have to wait and see, man. Gonna have to wait and see. Let's keep rolling though, man. Something else I wanted to talk about too, man, that I see is growing legs again, and it seemed like it's getting somewhere a little bit. Oh, not that, my bad. This Benavidez situation, right? I see some reports, Benavidez and Bivol. You know, it was a lot of talk about Turkey Al-Sheikh trying to stop this fight from happening. And look, I ain't gonna say just because he ain't interested in the fight, that means he's trying to stop it. I think the fact that he took himself out of the runnings of even making this fight is kind of weird. It's whack to me, but good thing that he ain't the only one on the block and he ain't the only one that want this fight. I think it's a lot of other people that want this fight too. And I had to talk about this for a second because I think people tripping. For one, it's some confusion. They're putting out false stories saying that this fight is nearly done. That's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that both sides have made offers, you know, for this fight to be made. You know what I'm saying? For it to happen next. So listen, I'm all for this. I'm all for it. Why? Because, you know, in my mind, I feel like this is what boxing need, right? These kind of fights. I get it. People calling for the trilogy, and you know, they like, well, you know, Better Beef gave Bivol a second chance. He gave him the rematch. He should give him his rematch. I ain't mad at that. I ain't tripping. But at the same token, for me, I felt like I don't think I'm tripping. I felt like Bivol won the first time. You get what I'm saying? I feel like Bivol won the first time. So yeah, he did give him the opportunity for the rematch, but I feel like he pulled it off the first time. And you know, guess who else felt like he pulled it off?
I thought Bivol won that fight, to be honest with you. It was a close fight. It could have went. No, couldn't have went either way. I feel like Bivol won most of the rounds. He controlled most of the rounds, and his combination punching was better.
Do you think he wins the rematch?
I think he does.
Yeah. Is it different, or do you think it's more?
I mean, I don't know, because both those fighters are both high caliber fighters, so they can make adjustments. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be the same fight or not. But if it's the same fight, I feel like Bivol wins.
And check it out. That's David Benavidez, who's said to have made you get me, frequent, man. Hey, David Benavidez said he felt like he won the first time, and he felt like he gonna win the rematch. He said if it played out like the first one, he felt like he gonna win. The reason for it, better combination punching. That's what I thought. Yeah, Arthur had these moments where he was getting off a bit, and you know, I think Bivol had to weather the storm. But you expect that against a guy that's punching and knocking out everybody that he fought, right? You expected that. The thing was, he was able to weather them storms and still like punch back, and he hit. I think he was hitting Better Be with a lot of good combinations, bro. I think he was hitting with a lot of good combinations. So, look, I like the fact that they made offers to each other to try to make this fight happen. I like the fact that either guy involved, both teams involved, not allowing Turkey Al-Sheikh to stop them from making a fight that would make sense, right? And I hear this talk about you know, Bivol is running from the trilogy and he's not trying to give. I'll kill that noise. They fought twice, bro. Them dudes went 24 rounds. Any fighter, you go 24 rounds with a guy, you're not scared to go back in there with him. Like that's nonsense. You got to think. I can see if he was going from Better Beef to like somebody that we expect him to beat. He going from Better Beef to Bivol. And he fought the dude twice, man. Some people thought he won the first time. I don't think you run from danger right into danger and get criticized, right? If he goes to fight Benavidez, that's what you should want. That's a younger, hungry, younger champion, a young, hungry, well, soon to be champion, I think. You get me? I think he on his way, right? That'd be one of the best young talents he could fight right here. And it's some talk about them sparring, right? They sparred back in the day.
Not easy.
Good sparring.
Yeah?
I like this. When you should do thinking every time.
David spars everybody. Heavyweights, light heavyweights. He says you and Triple G hit the hardest.
Thank you.
But he said
I don't think that.
Golovkin close, you distant. Style.
David spar with another guys because he big.
Yeah,
he's bigger than me.
He's bigger than me. Yeah, he said they did some sparring, man. They did some sparring, man. He said the hardest two punches David did at the time was Bivol and GGG. But you know, it's another you know, Peter Berg, the actor Peter Berg, put out a statement about the sparring that he had to retract, though. Mills Rob, what it do, family? How you feeling, bro? Good to see you in the building, top of the top, man. Yeah, they're not afraid. No, in fact, they trying to say he's scared. What also has not been taken into consideration is Better Beef's blessing and or lack of interest in doing it again. Oh, yeah. You don't hear him pushing. You don't hear him pushing for it. You don't hear him pushing for it. Yeah, that's a good point. Ant, you don't hear him saying nothing like he ain't kicking and screaming his team and none of that. His team and none of that, bro. So that's a great point, bro. It's a great point. But Peter Berg had put out a statement about the Bivol and Benavidez sparring, and he had to retract it.
And today I have to retract something that I said because I was wrong. I said that Bivol dropped Benavidez at Churchill Boxing Gym with the jab, and I remembered it wrong. It was Benavidez who dropped Bivol. And I don't know why I remembered it wrong, but I did. And I suspected actually when I was saying it that I might have gotten it wrong, but it was David Benavidez who dropped Bivol straight up with an incredible fucking jab. David Benavidez, I'm sorry I said that. I got it wrong. Much respect to you. And
Shout out to Pete. Pete cleared it up, man. Pete said, "My bad, David, man. My bad, man." You know, so look, he said he was in there. He said they train at his gym. He said he happened to see them spar. He said Benavidez dropped Bivol with an amazing jab. So that furthermore, and then you seen Bivol talking to Ellie a little bit after the sparring with Benavidez. So I don't know if that was the same time. I'm pretty sure they sparred more than once, but that's something to think about. You know, him dropping Bivol with a jab is not the craziest thing to me. You know, Benavidez got a hard ass jab, and you know, you heard Bivol just admit that Benavidez spar bigger guys because he's bigger than me. He a big guy, so the fact that Bivol would go right into after 24 rounds with a guy that had 100% KO ratio, right? He get right in there and go after another dangerous monster that's surging, as like improving, getting better, keep putting on more experience, and you telling me you can't respect it? It's crazy. So for me, he don't have to, you know, fight this dude for a third time, especially if this dude ain't out there like Bivol was, like talking about how he want the rematch. I ain't seeing Better Beef nowhere talking about the trilogy. I really ain't. So, and you ain't really hearing nobody else talking about they need it. They need it. So I don't know. I feel like we've seen it twice. I feel like both fights were similar. I just think Bivol made it a little more convincing the second time around. But I feel like both fights were very similar, man. I think he outboxed him the first time. I stand on that. If you think Better Be won, no argument there. But I think that second fight was reminiscent of what a third fight could look like too. Because I don't think after 24 rounds, I don't think he knocks Bivol out. I don't think Bivol is somebody that's gonna get knocked out. I think his movement, you get what I'm saying? Like his experience, like the way he attacks, when he attacks, like he's very smart. I just don't think he get knocked out by Better Beef. And I think he'll be able to outbox him again. I think I've seen it twice already, right? You've seen it. Like people was like, nah, Better Beef is gonna be healthier. You know, he ain't got no injuries and he gonna get a knockout this time. And then look, you get what I'm saying? He don't come close to knocking this dude out. So I just don't see no scenario where he knocks Bivol out. And because of that, the fight gonna go to distance again. I think Bivol gonna win the majority of the rounds. I think he gonna outbox him. He do the much better work. Yeah, Better Beef is the better single punch guy, right? The single one punch guy, but Better Beef is a better combination puncher, better boxer, and he can weather the storm of a power puncher. So he don't allow, you know, Better Beef's power to be as big a factor as it's been in previous fights. So that's a problem for him. Now you got to strictly just box with a masterclass boxer. You essentially got to play high-speed chess with a chess player, with one of the best chess players in Dmitry Bivol. And I think anytime the fight is that, you got a really good chance at losing because he's a better boxer than you are. I think he is. Rhythm guy, he younger, better combinations. I think he I don't know. I like how he pick his shots, man. I like Better Beef too, but I really Bevil's a really smart guy. The way he was able to like neutralize his power to the point where you can't knock him out like you done everybody else speaks volumes, man. Beef was more efficient. Better Beef was more effective. Bivol not being able to sustain down the stretch. Yeah, it had that little period where it looked like he was. But I call it weathering the storm, and I guess it's all how you look at it. And I thought you would expect to see that at some point, right? Him have to weather a storm with this dude trying to really turn it on and knock him out. Because I feel like that was his best chance, knocking Bivol out, not trying to outbox him. People was telling me, like think about it. Most people was feeling like it was going to be a knockout. And the fact that it didn't lets me know, like, who that fight favors. It's more of a boxing match. That shit favors Bivol. But I get it. He had that little moment, little onslaught where he was really, you know, coming on and, you know, he did some really good work, and Bivol did look like he was in trouble for a second. But he weathered it, man. He weathered the hell out of the storm, didn't he? I am clean. What it do on me?
Man, I saw the link was there and nobody clicked it. I figured somebody had to do it.
Yeah, my boy clicked the link. See? Click the link. What's
The
good with it, bro?
folks always asking, where's the link? Where's the link? It's sitting right there in the damn community post, people.
Yeah, they don't be saying in community posts, man. YouTube, man, you need to find a way to make sure that everybody see your community post. The link is there. That's especially doing it this way. That's why I'll be posting it there, just in case if I decide to go vertical. It should be like easy to still click it because I put it the regular way before I switched it. So hopefully it was easy for you. Everything boxing, tank over everyone. Ain't nothing wrong
Super
with that, bro.
easy.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with tank over everybody, bro. As long as he fight those everyone, you know, as long as he fight them. And I ain't saying he just got to fight everybody, but I just hope some of those fights are able to get made, bro. So you could get what you know what I mean. At least get to see it. And one thing I continue to understand about boxing is you just can't give people wins. And even myself, like I'll say that I'll be more specific at the top level, at that level that we consider the top or the elite or the cream of the crop. We can't give any of those guys wins because I just think dudes are talented enough that on any given day they can win. Like it's not always going to be your day. And what happens when it's not? How do you look then? Because we know how boxing is. And you just don't have your best night in the office all the time. So I feel like when you look at that elite level talent, like say for instance, with the fight we were talking about, you're talking about Core and Tank. Easy breakdown, right? Say if Core go in there and had his worst night of his life, Edwin De Los Santos fight against Tank. That's going to go horribly bad for him. You get what I'm saying? And it's, for instance, maybe you don't have a fight where Tank just had a bad performance because I don't think he performed bad at all against Roach. So you don't really have one of those examples to go off. But just say a fight where you don't knock somebody out. You know what I'm saying? And that gives Shakur a real fair chance to beat him. You get what I'm saying? So, and if that guy doesn't look like how he typically look in fights, it could go real wrong for him. So it's like when you mix and match those top guys, especially at 140, I feel like that about like, you know, any given night, anybody could pull it off. You know what I'm saying? And we got to keep that in mind. I've had people come through and type and be like, man, nah, just, you know, Tank just knocks him out, man. You might as well say it. Like, I'm like, bro, you really just want me to say it? Nah, they got to fight to do it. Especially when I ain't even seen this shit come close. It's just like, people feel like they ain't seen Tank come close to getting outboxed or beat, right? So they don't see it happening. It's not that I don't see none of this stuff happen, and I feel like you just got to let it happen just to see if it will, though. You know what I mean? I've been wrong enough about fights, and I've seen people be wrong enough where we just can't award nobody. We got to see the fight. Shout out to my baby girl, the queen, Miss Just Doing the Building. How you feeling? They done woke him up? Possibly.
You said something that was very key. How they typically look. And, you know, one thing I've kind of been ruminating on, just in general, not just with Tank, but just in general, is the expectation that we have sometimes when we watch fights. And then when they don't play out in the fashion that we expect, a guy could be doing some really good stuff.
Right.
And it's just getting completely overlooked and discounted.
That's how you know who really watched the fight versus who was just being emotional about the fight. I'm telling you, and I get it, because boxing, they play on your emotions. You be all in it, but you got to know how to separate that shit enough where you can still see the fight. You get what I'm saying? Because if you're telling me one guy had a bad performance versus the other, that's why I played out that way. I'm going to tell you wasn't really watching it, or you just go watch it again. That's not what a bad performance is. Just because a fight is close don't mean somebody performed terribly. You get what I'm saying? I mean, both guys was in there operating in or around the same level. And it was a lot of give and take. Wasn't that, oh, somebody just looked bad or did bad. And that fight is an example of that. You can't walk away saying somebody did bad. But what you said makes perfect sense. We have this expectation. And like I was joking about it, you know, just playing with the Rick Glazier tweet. But if you think about it, it's in this tweet, bro. What you saying is in this tweet. Expectation, or how people view it ahead of time, is in this tweet. Most looked at Tank Davis before last night as the best lightweight in the world. You see, it's how you think about it. So then when you see who you feel like might be the best, going there with somebody that you don't even deem a lightweight or a threat, now you might be like, oh shit, he looked bad, or he did this, he didn't do this and that. It's like, nah, or he looked bad. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. They just both they perform. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you get a more evenly matchup than what you see on paper, and that's what that was. Yeah, you could look at the paper, and the paper might tell you Tank usually knock everybody out. This dude ain't a 35-pounder. Yeah, he should knock him out. But what the paper ain't going to explain in detail is the history with those guys. That's up for us to either know, follow the boxing, or be aware of this shit, right? And I just don't think enough people factored that part of it in there enough. You know what I'm saying? That was almost dismissed. Like, it's not going to matter. And yes, it did. It did matter. And I think that was one of the biggest factors that's overlooked. You know what I'm saying? Being familiar. Nobody really being able to catch the other off guard. And if they did at any point, they really had to set it up and work for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of them fights.
And the guys' skill sets too.
Mm-hmm.
The guys' skill sets, their respective skill sets. If you watch Lamont Roach fight over the past couple of years, you would see, this dude, you got a pretty tight little defense, and he's damn good at rolling off shots. He got good vision.
Right.
You'd be hard pressed to catch him with anything stupid.
Apparently, this gets rid of
right.
And I would say even the same for Tank. Because rewatching that fight, I was like, damn, he did a pretty damn good job defensively. And you see him at the end of the fight, he looked like he could go to the club afterwards.
Right.
Not a cherry, not a bump, not a bruise, but and then the expectations, once again, with his reputation of being this counterpuncher, especially knocking people out,
right?
You would assume that naturally he would have the bigger moments in that fight. But I actually felt like he was more consistent than Lamont Roach over the course of the fight. Back half, I thought that Lamont Roach definitely did the better work with the countering. But when it was just straight up and then not in an exchange, I thought Tank did a really good job with his stabs to the body, landed single shots. He had a couple of moments where he was able to land that double left hand. He would throw the straight twice, and he would just place it there. Like, his accuracy was pretty on point. I feel like where he started to get a little bit ragged in the fight was when he was trying to force the issue. Because generally with Tank, one thing you can say is when he does have the moment where he lands the big shot, it's typically preceded by a series of either punches from the opponent in which they establish a pattern, or like a Mario Barrios type situation where he notices something like, okay, I'm hitting this guy with feints, he's dropping his lead hand, now I can land the overhand right. Or with the rolly thing, with him pressing with his technique, just knowing that, okay, eventually he's going to fall in. I think with Lamont Roach, he kind of just went for it, which I felt was kind of uncharacteristic for him. He was just throwing bombs, and Lamont Roach, being as vigilant and aware of his power as he was able to roll those shots off and come back with shots of his own. And in some instances, actually just beat him to the punch.
Right.
Technique plays a part too. Lamont Roach, his technique was nice and tight. Like, you see where he's throwing his punches from, kept his guard high and tight. So his punches got a shorter distance to travel. Tank was trying to throw certain shots, but he's throwing them from damn near the basement.
Right.
In those instances where Lamont was beating him to the punch in an exchange. So even with him having, or being at a deficit, I should say, like with speed and quickness, he was still able to beat him to the punch just based off of hand placement and technique and positioning. And in the 10th round, I thought he did a really good job of initiating offense and being able to take advantage of Tank's high guard, like throwing the shot, then controlling them with a post or with a probe, placing another shot, his lead foot positioning where he was influencing Tank to go to his left, which is his right, to line him up for this beautiful right uppercut he landed in the 10th round. It was just like a very nice technical matchup. And I agree with you 1000% when you say like no guy really gained real separation. Because there were areas in which I felt like Tank was better, than there was areas in which I felt Lamont was better. So that's why we should see it again.
Right.
See who can separate themselves.
Yeah, and that's why let them settle it there. That's why I'm like, yo, all the funny energy Lamont getting, and it, you know, I leave names out of it because it be people that I just don't expect to be up there talking like that to them fighters, bro. I don't get it. Yeah, like this whole notion that people gotta bow down to your favorite fighter is weird to me. Like to just be happy that you got the opportunity and he put you on. What the hell, y'all? He put on. The hell with an opportunity. A lot of other people got that opportunity and they bit the dust. He stood tall. It was controversy. Switch it around. Switch it around. Say Lamont was the one that took the knee and ran to the corner. No Gervonta Davis fan is going to convince me that they wouldn't be talking about that. Nobody. Like, why we can't see it the other way? Like, why we can't put ourselves in that predicament and say, damn, what would you do in that situation? All that, oh, nah, I'll just say this. Nah, we just got a rematch. Nah, don't do nothing about it. Ain't not, bro, what? That shit change if that shit go to a win. And you don't want it on a technicality. You want them to get it right. That's what people are missing. They like, yo, you want a cheap win off a fake knockdown. And y'all act like it's his fault. He didn't mess the call up. He did nothing. He just fought the fight. Why are y'all giving him that energy? He ain't had nothing negative to say. He not online trolling Tank, disrespecting him, nothing. It's like, but y'all think he's just supposed to be like, yeah, I'm so grateful for the opportunity, man. I hope he gives me the opportunity to do it again. Like, y'all got to remember, like, because this is for the people that keep saying Tank don't need nobody. How you going to make money? You need somebody. You need a body in the ring with you. You get what I'm saying? I hate that conversation. You don't need nobody. How you going to make money? You get what I'm saying? You got to fight somebody. So it's like, if Lamont Roach was up there caring about, you know, making personals and like going left and just talking ridiculous, sounding like a whole different person coming outside himself, I could understand some of the energy. Like, bro, you just switched up. You get a close fight now. You reinvented. He the same guy, just the same confident guy he's always been. Very respectful. You know what I mean? Very understanding of the opportunity that he was given. Like, I think he's very appreciative. He ain't showed me one bit of energy that would make me think he deserves somebody going at him for what he doing. But I see people talking about they hate roaches, this and that, like making it personal, bro. Like, I'm watching. These are people that I see in chats. I'm like, yo, y'all, man, I'm disappointed, man. That's how y'all. Why talk to these fighters that way? Like, he don't have him or his team don't got no case. Like, they just going to the commission, who admitted that a mistake was made, going to them and they just crying. Yeah, he's suing them, man. You suing people, man, that's dirty. Like, he ain't suing nobody. You just heard his man speak. They not doing none of that. They want the fight. They don't want to sue. They just, I forget what the damn, I can't even get the what did they do that people got them tripping? Like, he got his lawyer to contact the you know, State Athletic Commission about the missed call or whatever the case, and people just took that as, yeah, he's suing. Bro, he ain't suing that, man. Like, that shit ain't even that. Like, that's sad that people would just put the misinformation out there without even thinking about it. So, I don't know, man. I like Lamont Roach team. I like what he said. He feel like his guy won. He feel like he just want to see him focus on the fight. He spoke about the lawsuit, and if he, you know, why they wouldn't do that, that'll just be some long, drawn-out situation. I don't need that. Like, nah, you don't need that. That's going to take focus away from what you really need to be doing, which is focusing on a rematch. You can't do nothing about it. Why would you want to sue? Sue for what? Like, that's weird. I don't even know why people convince themselves it wasn't nothing to sue for. Wasn't that kind of situation. But people was like, oh, he got lawyers involved. And I'm like, bro, Devin Haney, you like Devin? I'm like, bro, damn, man. Shit crazy. But I hope we get a rematch, though, because like I said, I gotta go holler at a couple people and see what's up with they're hearing anything about you know, the PBC trying to go in another direction and not Lamont Roach, because that's not going to be good. I can tell you that right now. Care how popular you are, I think people going to be on your back about it. And some people waiting for that to happen so they could be like, I told you wasn't fighting him in a rematch. Told you wasn't going to rematch. I think you're going to rematch the man. Because if you don't fight him, you know, oh, he ducked out of the rematch. Bivol ducking the trilogy. I seen that online today. I was like, bro, I'm done. I'm done, bro. You fight the man 24 rounds and you scared to get back in there again. That's what y'all think. It's crazy work. Crazy work.
At the end of the fight, Beterbiev was saying he didn't even want to do that rematch. He said that out of his own mouth, post-fight interview, that he didn't even want to do the last fight, the last crescendo.
Right. It's crazy. It's crazy.
But you said something, man, that has a whole lot of brevity. Like very, very, very heavy. And hopefully the people are listening, they took that in and allow themselves to contemplate on that. And specifically, it's this point that you made about the opportunity. If you're a Tank Davis fan, or you're a fan of any boxer who's highly entertaining and they score a lot of knockouts, it's not just the guy who is on the other end of it that's being granted the opportunity. Like literally, like we've heard Coach Calvin say, you know, we want to do what we do. And what do?
Knock
They
shit
put
out.
on they put on entertaining events. They put on shows. And in order to put on a show, you need a willing participant. So without that willing participant, there is no spectacle. There are no backflips. There are no knockouts. There is no mamma mia. There's none of that. So just like we can say Lamont Roach was granted an opportunity, so was Gervonta Davis granted an opportunity to showcase his brilliance. Because in essence, Lamont Roach saved that event.
Yeah. That's the way to look at it too. He did.
Lomachenko, he pulls out of the fight, which he's well within his right to do. Hopefully everything is good with him. You know, I sincerely hope that, because he's been looking pretty emotional the past couple of fights. The Devin Haney fight, he's crying backstage. The fight after the one with what's my man's name? George Kambosos, he was crying. Like he just looks like he really needs a break. Like honestly.
Facts.
Like seriously, because the guy's been doing this for God knows how long. About to be 40 years old. Even with Tank, like dude been doing this since he's 6 years old. And one thing that we don't take into consideration, and I was having this conversation with T Hill and Cat Sports. Most recently, I came across something by a guy named Guy Dubois, right? In the 70s, I believe it was, no, 60s. He wrote this book called Society of the Spectacle. And he talked about how most aspects of our lives have become commodified. And when you look at these fighters, all of them, especially the guys that are at the top level, they are commodities. It's no different than like the movie King Kong. You over here chilling, you on Skull Island doing your thing. They put you on a stage for people's entertainment. And you can't stop until they tell you to. Because there's so many people who need to be satisfied.
That's crazy.
The audience, the people who are putting up the money and funding the events and footing the bill. That's why you got a guy like Tank talking about he needs to go to therapy and how he's crying in the back of the car on his way to an event, but he got to wipe his face so nobody on his team notices. Because when was the last time somebody probably called him just to say hello? How are you, Gervonta?
Yeah, you good.
Not Tank, but everything is always about business. You got to be here, you got to go there, you got to do this, you got to do that, and you got to train and grind and miss out on things to satisfy this ecosystem that you're at the center of.
Nah, that's a fact. That's real,
heavy stuff. And Lamont Roach is the same thing with him. A win like that, it changes his life. So who the hell are we to say he shouldn't be going through what he feels are the proper channels to correct or rectify any wrongdoing that he felt that he was he got the brunt end of. I don't get it. Anybody who's criticizing him for doing the right thing for him. Forget about what we're talking about.
Trips me out with the fan base. Like I said, I'm still thinking about making this part of my life. Yo, I'm very like tempted to show y'all how one of these, like Tank being his favorite fighter, one of his supporters or fans, whatever you want to call yourself, how this guy talked bro, just for not being able to see shit outside of the scope of his guy and what's best for his guy. Like I've always told him, like the way I've seen people get mad at Terrence Crawford for negotiations that they weren't part of, is like people be mad at fighters for doing what's best for them in their situations. Like, wouldn't you want your fighter to do the same? And that's why I say, man, maybe it's too hard for people to like put themselves in somebody's shoes or say, what if it happened the other way around? How would you be looking at it then? Would you just say, nah, I don't? You get what I'm saying? You wouldn't be mad at him for doing the right thing for him and his team, like especially when it's a missed call. Think about that, like the shoe on the other foot, and he was the underdog like that, and that happened and could have been the difference in the fight. Like y'all not trying to hear just get back in there and ignore the fact that that shit just all of that just happened. It's so much that happened, and it's like the fact that you pointed it out, it made people uncomfortable. And I tell you, right, it's some people that I haven't seen really since the fight. There's some people I ain't seen really since the fight, and I just like, yo, this crazy. Imagine if he had a loss, yo, but such and such have a fight, he dominate. They be right there for that slander, bro. They be sitting front row and center, but they don't want to hear even what you think about what a close fight looked like to you. That man didn't underperform and none of that. I think he just fought a guy that know him. And vice versa, man. They got an opportunity to do it again and make the necessary adjustments. And I don't know if you was here when I played the clip from Showbizz where he said about the toolbox and how basically what he brought was what he normally bring to a degree, right? You know, you calculate the data and you turn up. And just like I said, Lamont had answers for that initial turn up where most people don't. He made it so that the fight didn't get away from him. Most people are not able to do that. So he was, and it worked to his benefit. So but it was interesting. I know most people hear that and they'd be like, man, he dissing him. Nah, you just think about what he's saying and you look at what happened. And like I was saying, how Calvin Ford speaks about the button not being pressed and he just needs somebody to press the button. Like I said, maybe the button could have been pressed during the fight and he already locked into what he's doing. It's just hard to deviate from doing what already works, what always works. And that's what he was doing. So I just felt like now you have an opportunity to see, you know what? I need to bring a little more out of the toolbox, a little more out of the shed, like show a little bit more of what I got under the hood that people, you know, because they've been saying it for years that he got more. So I think if it's any opportunity to show it, it'll be this, because some people have, you know, other mindset, like there's not no more. That is what it is. Like there's no more to them. Like, but I always give people benefit of doubt. I always think there's room for improvement or for you to show something. You know what I'm saying? Now that you're in a situation where you have to, where it's like, this is like all or nothing. Like you can't afford a draw again. Like people would talk crazy, even if without you losing, God forbid a loss. So like I said, the motivation for both guys going into this fight got to be on another level. And I just don't see no scenario where the fight, where this one ain't even better than the first one. I think it'd be even better.
I hear what Showbizz is saying, but I disagree on the basis that generally the turn up is preceded by some sort of calculation, and there really wasn't a calculation. It was literally just him just throwing hard shots.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't set it up the way he typically does, and that's the one thing about Tank, man, is like most of his knockouts, at least the brutal ones, they're not the result of just brute strength. He's usually able to run a guy into a shot, whether it's like with him utilizing his legs or, like I was saying, changing levels and using feints and things of that sort to create an opening. With Lamont Roach, he was literally just throwing hard left hands with no setup or nothing, and Lamont was able to time it.
Mm-hmm.
He was able to time it, and here's the other thing, as far as like the whole bag thing is concerned, I think that we've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it. But I'll say this. We haven't seen it all at once. We've seen bits and pieces of it. And it kind of, I gotta go back to the comments you made about 140, because I was having this conversation with the homie the other day. I think the reason why 140 is such an interesting division is because you got a whole lot of specialists up there.
Right.
The guys that are at the top of 140, those guys, most of them are exceptional in a particular area.
Mm-hmm.
And there's certain things that they're able to exploit and certain aspects of their specialty that's able to be exploited.
Right.
Like, for example, like Gary Russell Jr.
Right.
Not Gary Russell Jr. Gary Antoine Russell. He wasn't able to deal with Puello the same way he's dealt with other guys because of Puello's propensity for counterpunching and being really good at counterpunching.
Right.
Right. But you see, like with Puello, he was somewhat struggling against Sandor Martin because he generally doesn't lead on offense.
Mm-hmm.
So when he has to be first, he don't look as strong.
Right.
Then you look at a guy like Richardson Hitchens, where generally you see him in fights where a guy is able to, encroach the jab and apply pressure. He doesn't look his best.
Right.
But if you allow him to sit back and work from the outside and just pick you apart with 1-2s, he could do that all day. But with the Lemos fight, like Lemos was able to press him. He didn't look as strong. And I think that's the thing. Like, you got guys that are like good, like very good, but they just excel in one particular area. I don't think that at 140 we've seen any one guy display like a really complete performance just yet. I'm not saying that these guys can't, but I can't think of one fight where I've seen like Richardson Hitchens like have to fight on the inside, and I was like, damn, he looked good on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Or same thing with Gary Antoine, where like I haven't seen a fight with him where I've seen him sit back and counterpunch.
Right.
He's the one that's always pressing action. Puello, once again, like he hasn't looked good when he's had the lead. It's like, all right, like he looked a little suspect in the Sandor Martin fight. And then Sandor Martin showed me a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so I think the thing with Tank is I know he's got a pretty damn good inside game from the fight that he had with what's my dog's name? Pedraza.
Mm-hmm.
That second round, I'm like, okay, so he can fight on the inside.
Right.
I know that he can fight going backwards, like because we seen the pit bull fight. Like he spent the majority of that fight on the back foot. So I'm like, okay, he can do that.
And it's like, again, when you've been bringing a certain toolbox and a set of tools for so long and it's been working, the time that you have to switch it up might be a bit of a challenge, right? Because you got to go outside the norm. And that's why I'm looking at this fight, right? You got to be looking at it like, damn, I went 12 rounds with him. Now I know I got to do a little bit more, bring a little bit more and try it, you know what I mean? Just a little differently. And that's where the interest lies for me, with the adjustments from the start of this fight, this rematch to, I just want to see the approach from both guys and what changes.
Well, I would say this. Personally, I think that the key for Tank is sustaining what he did in the first half of the fight. You don't need to go looking for a knockout.
Right.
Because I genuinely feel like he was well on his way to outpointing Lamont. Because he was a lot more efficient in the first half.
Right.
Now, what you don't want to do is put yourself in a position where you now become predictable, because Lamont Roach, he has pretty good vision, and he's a pretty good counterpuncher in his own right.
Right.
You may not be destructive, but that timing was pretty damn good, man. That timing was pretty good. And if you become super predictable, it's not going to happen. And another thing, too, I think that worked in Lamont Roach's favor is his past couple of fights. He's got quite a bit of experience against southpaws in his past couple of fights, in championship fights at that. Going from Jamel Herring to Hector Garcia, Fergal McCrory.
Mm-hmm.
So he's accustomed to seeing punches coming from certain angles at this point.
But that's a little bit too deep for him, man. That ain't surface level, man. They can't find that on the surface, and they ain't gonna even look for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't gonna look. They can't get past what they feel like Jamel Herring is, and that's why I tell you, people feelings and what their preferences go into their assessments a lot, and they throw them off. You get what I'm saying? Look at the fact that how that fight actually played out that he lost. Look how much better he got. He improved. Look at who he fought. Like you said, man, he's seen the look multiple times. Got a chance to kind of sharpen up and be more prepared than what you would anticipate. But if you only looking at surface and you just not, that's what's gonna go over your head. And you're gonna be like, oh, that's Lamont Roach that Jamel Herring beat. You're gonna keep saying that. Like, that's not
the same guy.
That's not the problem. Like, that's not him. Yeah, that's the same man, but that ain't the same exact fighter, if we being honest.
Nope.
He got a little better since then. And that's that. I love this fight for so many reasons, because it showed you that you actually can get better. Can get better.
And he's made the tweaks too, man. Because the one thing I noticed in the Jamel Herring fight, Lamont Roach fought similarly to how he fought the second half of the Tank fight, which was counterpunching. But he lost the Jamel Herring fight because he was relying solely on his counterpunching and not generating offense of his own. So that's how he got outpointed. He was not utilizing his jab like that. And then eventually he did catch up with Herring. And he caught him with that big shot in the 11th. Damn near knocked him out. Yo, I don't even know how Jamel Herring survived that, man.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a shot he took.
Man, he was on his arms at the end. He was on his ass, man.
Oh, my Lord. But when I watched the fight with Hector, one thing that stood out to me was his utilization of his jab and his positioning. It was just like a slight change in the position where he was doing like what he was doing to Tank in the last, like in the 10th and the 11th, where he was shading him, where he was being very deliberate about where he was positionally, creating these asymmetric positions where he's just slightly on the outside of Tank's right side and making Tank go towards his left.
Right.
And then just little, you know what I mean? Sometimes it would be the jab. Sometimes it would just be him literally just putting his lead hand out there to keep Tank's high guard up. Then he slip a little uppercut, little right hand underneath. I was like, yo, this is brilliant stuff. But he wasn't doing that in the Jamel Herring fight. So you see the progression, like from the Herring fight to the Fairgold McCrory fight till now. So he's improved in those open stance matchups. But it's one of those things where it's like, if you're not looking for it, you're not going to see it.
Nah, that's a fact. That's a fact. You won't even know to look for it. You know what I mean? That's why I say they was too hung up on history. You know, what they feel like one guy was, this guy never been here before. They, you know, looking at records and shit like that, maybe the names too. And I said it, with fights like this, where people know each other, you might have to throw that 30-0 with them 28 knockouts right out the door. And the same thing for his record, and start with what they got. You know what I mean? They 0-0 right now. Like, that shit just not going to factor in as much. And I think the fact that, you know, the just knowing each other cancels some of that shit out. Like, so it don't matter who you fought to this point, because you ain't fought me, or none of these dudes knew you the way I know you. And somebody asked him a good question. They asked him, because you think he could say you know him better than all his other opponents? He said, yeah. Like, and then you see the fight and you like, nothing he was saying was him just talking or just selling the fight. He meant everything he said. He meant everything he said. And that's exactly.
You made another point, man, that we could expound upon. Like the whole knowing, not just the knowing thing, but oh man, you just said something and you just got the wheels turning. The moment, right? The moment. We always looking at the guy who's quote unquote stepping up, as if all of the pressure is going to be on him.
Right.
But what you just said was important, bro. Tank is the guy who is 30-0, 28 knockouts. He's the champ. The expectation is for him to be 31-0, 29 knockouts.
Facts.
So just think about the amount of pressure that he has.
They don't acknowledge that.
To live up to that. Despite how many times he's been there, you got to do it again.
It's harder every time.
And again.
Listen to what he said. He like, yo, you can't even really enjoy the win because you got to focus on having the next man up and doing it. That shit starts to wear on you. And I think he showed he was human in more ways than one. The hell with the fight. Listen to what he been saying, how he been answering questions. He been showing you just how human he actually is. That's all. You've seen it, and humans, you know, make mistakes and have flaws, and they have close fights. Still good fights, but close fights with an opportunity to come back and, you know, get it back.
Yep.
Shit is pretty dope when you think about it, man. This is more. We need more great fights like this, man, so we can see rematches.
Absolutely.
I like the unsung heroes. The unsung heroes. Oh, that somebody said, is Twitter really down?
Is it?
Yeah. I see somebody got a whole live stream, and this is a bigger content creator saying Twitter is down. Maybe that's why I'm trying to load stuff into me. Yeah, Twitter being down is crazy. Because it'd be people that start overreacting, bro. They gonna start panicking. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. That is crazy. Twitter being down is wild, man. But I do like this fight, man. I hope they make it. I do. I really do. This shit need to happen. I ain't trying to hear no, I don't respect it. Bivol ain't fighting him again. He's running for shut up. We got about these people. There we go again, thinking we could control what these dudes do with their careers and who they fight based on how you feel. Yeah, I feel like he should.
Yeah.
What if he feel like he should go down to Benavidez, who's every bit as dangerous? Like,
are you gonna do it?
It's crazy.
I've been trying to. I keep putting clothes in the washing and dropping
That
it.
shit is crazy, man.
Took the stuff out. God knows how many days ago, Bernie. But I got you.
And there was stuff in the washing machine the next day.
You cannot.
I took it out when you asked me to.
Yeah. My bad. But yeah, man, that shit need to happen, man. I hope it's next up. So I do. Man, you ain't hearing nobody kicking and screaming about them no damn trilogy. I mean, just because 2 fights was good, don't mean it has to happen. Especially if it's a wide enough people, fair enough people feeling like the guy pulled it off in the first one. Shit, and the guy that he fighting thinks he pulled it off the first time and picked him in the rematch and was right. Now go on ahead and let him get that smoke. That's gonna, man. That you beat Bivol, man. Man, I'm telling you, bro. My respect continues to grow for Benavidez. He can beat a guy like Dmitry Bivol. It ain't no, oh, he old. Nah, I don't want to hear shit. Like, nah, Bivol at the top of his game still. Benavidez is a dog. And it's some, you know, you already sparred and, you know, they said you got dropped by a jab, Bivol. Like, no, you ain't going like that in the fight. So, let's see it. Let's see it, man. Okay, is he going to have Bivol crumble to the canvas like he got my man Andre? Man, I don't know. Man, because I know he'll go to Bivol body. I think he said that. Did he say something about Bivol and the body shots when he sparred him? I think he did. So I know he's confident that he can go out there and you know, make some shit shake against the young David B.
Man, he said David Benavidez, he was saying that Bivol was actually fairly easy for him once he got his timing down.
Let's see. And that's interesting, man. That's interesting.
He also did say he had deceptive power too, though. He said Bivol you got a really strong right hand.
Yeah, he in that clip that I was playing, Ellie was telling Bivol that Benavidez said the 2 hardest punchers was GGG and him. And I thought that was interesting. But it seemed like Bivol was about to say, like, he don't really think of himself as a puncher. And that's a good thing because he'll never get caught up in that. Now, that dude can box. Bivol is a high-level chess player to me. Love that dude rhythm, how he pick his shots, rip his combinations, yo. He understand the sport, man. That dude really know how to fight.
I got David Benavidez.
Yeah,
I got David Benavidez. Yeah, man.
Man, it's tough to pick against Benavidez, bro.
Extremely.
It really is, bro.
Extremely.
And it's like he just match up so tough for everybody. That's rare. You get me? He going to either be bigger than you, faster, probably throw more punches. It's going to be something like, and just the matchup is just bad for most people. Like, you get me? Like, that being in front of that guy is a problem.
Bro,
Bivol have to use rhythm and distance, I think, try to control it, because that's what Ellie was speaking about too. GGG up close and Bivol from range. Yep. Box his ass. Better box him. I just want to see how he'll deal with the body attack from Benavidez, because I know that's going to be key. I can guarantee that. I already know that's going to be part of the game plan right there. Go to his body.
To me, man, this is the real thing. And this is what gets me about people. You say you want to see Canelo and Benavidez. The quickest way you get that is if he is somehow able to beat Bivol, because now he has an undisputed belt, that status that Canelo can push for and can make the fight with. I've always believed that the fight was going to happen. I just thought it was going to be his last one. But I mean, it'd expedite things if he is able to beat Bivol, because now he has something that he wants for. Remember, he didn't want to fight Bivol for his belt. He wanted to fight him for Bivol's belt. Bivol said, I'll fight you for yours. I'll go down to where you at. He's like, nah, I want yours. So it makes that fight even that much more accessible, so to speak. So, man, I mean, and plus, I don't understand people, man. I don't understand why you want to root for somebody's downfall so bad, or you don't want to see them, prosper in what they do. Yo, if Benavidez is that dude, he's just that dude, man. Appreciate him for what he is. The fact that he wants the fights, we should definitely be pushing for the fights to be made, because you want people who want to be in the ring with people. So, because it makes for a better fight. Case in point is what you guys was discussing. Like I told Ant that day, we were having that discussion, me, him, and Cass. I told him, man, I said, you have no clue how close you really are. Like, the stuff he was going through wasn't even pertaining to boxing at all. But it was pertaining to what he was saying. Feeling like everybody wants a piece of you. Everybody's coming for you. Ninjas you don't even know have your number, getting in contact with you. Like, that issue's real. And after a while, it becomes like, yo, what the fudge? You see the product of it in the ring, man. Like Ant said, I mean, because he's sitting there breaking down, you can see there's a difference in Tank that you don't see in the ring. And there's things that he's not doing that he normally does do. And to a great credit, it's partly Roach too. But it was distractions.
I had to revisit the retirement talk. Start making me think of it different. Maybe you can't be talking like that and be your absolute best self. Maybe that can't be a focal point or something that I understand you expressing to the people. I love the transparency and just the authenticity with the just being real with people, but maybe that need to be put on the back burner, that thought process, because you really need to be him in the ring, and it shows you anything less than him could end up not going your way. Right,
especially with somebody that's familiar with him.
This should make people appreciate boxing more. Your close fight, you should really be able to look at everybody and say, okay, so everybody is human. Yes, they are. You could go through it, you could be distracted, you could have a lack of focus, all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
But that being said, though, just when you go up them 3 steps, all that itch go out the window. I know for a fact somebody close to, and that's the only reason why I be having this information. Somebody close to Spence said he shouldn't have been up in that fight, in that ring.
I mean, but it don't, bro. I don't have no problem telling you what people were saying, bro. Like, broken rib thing was real. I heard it happened with the hill running, and heard like it was a lack of training going on. Like,
all that is. But he went up the ring.
I'm hearing painkillers for real.
Yeah, but he went in the ring.
There's just so much when I look at what his face was looking like. Like, I really don't think people understand. Like, sorry, it's one thing to be swelling up and did bust it up, but it just looked different. Very different. It looked like it was like breaking up. Like, it just it looked like that was the first time he ever been punched on in a fight before. Like, and obviously to that level. But you get what I'm saying? It's like his face wasn't used to taking punches that day or something. I don't know. It was wild.
Bro, he looked like he was back in that car accident, man. That boy Crawford put beats on him.
This shit look crazy, man.
But he went into the ring, bro. So like, no matter what, you can't diminish what the other fighter did. Can't diminish what nobody does in that ring, no matter what you're going in there, because you're in there, and that says that you're ready to fight. You're willing to fight. You're capable to fight. And then there's this too, man. That kills me. People mad, but you got people from his camp saying you haven't even seen the best of him, man. He just need that special fighter to bring that out. Well, that was the special moment.
Right.
That moment right there, in spite of whatever you're going through, you have to channel in and say, yo, this bag right here that I got, oh yeah. I got this master ratchet. I got this super hammer. I got this derisive screwdriver, boy, and it's right for the picking right now. And do it. So, you know, it puts you out there to be dissected and looked upon and analyzed. So, you know, it comes with the sport, bro. My man Benavidez has accepted all challenges. He's looked less than stellar in some fights, and he's looked super in other fights, bro. But he's getting in there and he's calling out these fights, man. So if I don't think Better Beeve even has the fire to fight, bro. Like I saw something recently that said all he really would like to do is take him and his family, go up to some secluded place on the mountain, live out the rest of his days serving God. That's what he said.
So with that being said, stop whining about a rematch, and the fighter not even whining about a rematch. See how we focus so much on what we want because it made you feel, I feel like he deserves it. Yeah, he do. It ain't even no question. But you don't think this Benavidez deserves a shot to be great? I mean, he got kicked out of his opportunity with the Canelo shit. Now y'all about to fuss over a damn trilogy, and we just seen it back to back twice. And don't tell me both fights ain't look eerily similar because they did. They did. There was some tweaks made from both guys for sure. You know what I mean? But them shits look eerily the same. Those are two guys to me that, you know, it's not a matter of them abducting or avoiding each other. They got in there twice already. So it ain't that. It's just, I would like to see a different fight. I would like to see a different challenge. If Bivol beat Benavidez, man, golly, man, or vice versa. That's where I'm at. Like,
well, I'm hoping.
I don't know. Better Beeve might need to go right where he said he was going, because he and that's a question real quick. Did Father Time finally catch up to him? I ain't hear nobody really say that. Maybe because they felt like the fight still was so close that, you know, maybe that wasn't the case. But I told people I don't think it was him being injured and not being 100% and all that in the first fight. I just thought he was in there with somebody that refused to be knocked out and had a game plan to make sure that it didn't happen. Telling you, man, I love guys that know and figure it out how not to get knocked out. You know, people find different ways to do it. You know what I mean? He found his way.
I think there could be a little bit of not just the age, but also the wear and tear, because this wasn't the first time, you know, that knee injury that postponed the first fight. And I believe a lot of it, personally, I know some people have their suspicions about whether or not he's been on PEDs and he's been cycling. I personally, I don't think it's that. If you see the way the man trains, training like the damn winter soldier.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
And I believe that my guy Shakur Stevenson, I believe he's in a similar space with his hands. It's like, bro, you gotta get out the gym sometimes. Like, I know you want to work, you're a gym rat, all that other stuff, but sometimes you gotta rest.
Did you hear what he said too, though?
No, I didn't hear it.
The
What he
shit
said?
that he was doing that probably caused some of the problems early. This dude, man, shame on him. He know it. He put it out there. He was like, he wasn't really like taping his hands up and like, you know, wrapping them and shit like that. Wasn't putting like the, you know, the shit over the knuckles and none of that early on. And he just fighting without it. So you got to think a guy that got a habit of being in the gym and got to be told not to be in there. You get what I'm saying? Is imagine the damage that he'll do constantly in there working. And I like that story that I'll tell y'all about when he popped up in the gym and sparred a damn middleweight. He wasn't supposed to even be there. He wasn't supposed to be there. The coach clearly told him, like, yo, you're not supposed to be here. You take a day off. He was like, nah, I ain't trying to hear that. He popped up and proceeded to go in. And that was the day he changed the minds of some people when they seen that work. But that's just, you got to know that balance, man. Know how to give yourself a break, bro. Give yourself a break, man. Give yourself a break. It's just crazy to me that we'll go right into the insults. You'll hear somebody have issues with hands. Oh, he's soft. He's soft. He's this. It's like that's what goes through your mind. You don't think somebody that's used their hands since a damn 5 or 6 year old could have issues with them? Like you really don't think, especially the fact that he wasn't properly wrapping his hands and shit like that. Yo, you gotta be kidding me. Yo, tearing his hands up, knuckles and all types of shit. You ever hit a punching bag and don't have gloves and nothing on? That ain't gonna hold up. That's not exactly the thing you want to be doing. Punching no damn punching bag with no gloves on. Manuel Carter, what it do, homie?
And to do it day in and day out, man.
I'm gonna look into that for you too, bro. I'm gonna try to come back later if I can, man. Forever G's, what it do? I'm gonna look into it, man. I won't report nothing if I can't, like, the source I'm getting it from ain't solid, but it would be a little like it just all right. I know the actual live bodies don't always dictate, pay-per-view turnout. But man, that was a zoo. And the ring literally looked small because it looked like it wasn't no empty seats nowhere. So it's like, it would be hard for me to think that nobody like bought the fight. But then again, man, boxing fans, you know what? Then again, they told us how Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford was so big. And I think it did well. I don't think it fell by any stretch, but I also just had this feeling like it could have did better if more people supported the overall sport. But I definitely a double check. I'm gonna go fit because I got a couple questions. I gotta go hit a couple people up about. I see some stuff come out, and I just want to, I like to be a little factual. For me, I would hate that because now it's like we got to deal with all this. Oh, he ain't the cash cow, and he ain't the face of this, and this flopped, and it's just like only thing comes from that conversation is negativity. Like boxing will not get its just due if they report that those are the numbers at all. Like people we're gonna highlight that more so than how good the fight was. If you actually enjoyed it, didn't you buy it? Like, right? We did. We ordered it. We called the fight live and enjoyed the card, but I just wish it just goes to show you that everybody that got an opinion ain't supporting it. You know what I'm saying?
What's that, Jeff?
And I hope that's not the case. It's like, because on one end you got people whining every time you turn around about Turkey. I still can't. I get it to a degree. I can't lie, but it's like, what could you do? Like, it's like people really waging war between Turkey and Al Heyman. You don't hear Al Heyman having anything to say about Turkey. How is she good, bad, or indifferent? You're just not hearing anything, but people making these arguments for him. Like he's out to get them and shut them down. And bro,
nah, they are, but I think a lot of it also is the time slating, which is taking place as well too.
Man ain't going nowhere unless he want to. Shit, but look, listen what Tank was saying. Tank was saying, shout out to Forever G's. Tank was saying, he told Al, sound like they walking away at the same time or something. Like, yo, we done. Like, we done. Is he done too? Because you hear them stories about his health and different things like that. And at some point, you just want to enjoy life, right? Like boxing, it gotta be mentally taxing on the brain. And you've been a part of it for how long now? So think about it, man. Tank tired. Like people could get tired, bro. Think about it. That dude, that's the only guy, like I could think a sports person that's involved in sports, and his name get dragged, but you never see him like doing wrong. You don't really hear it from the fighters. You just hear it from people from the outside looking at. It's crazy to me.
Hey, Jeff.
I haven't heard a name disrespected more than Al Heyman. And I get it for the people that like overpay people like that. I've never been a fan of that, but get that man credit where it's due, man. He's been the reason a lot of these people have been able to, change their lives and their careers be successful.
To get that much hate. Hey, is it possible, bro? I just want to know. Them like copper gloves and things like that promote like circulation and flow to your hands. Mm-hmm. Is it possible for them to wear them bad boys and tape up over them or not?
Hell no. I doubt it.
Because they nothing but just like thin gloves, bro. Like thin, like copper lace gloves.
I doubt it. I doubt it because it'll probably be like an extra accessory or something. Anything outside of the tape. I just think for him, it's a matter of like balancing, man. Especially if you got, like don't overdo it. Rest, therapy. You know what I mean? I think there's things you could do to actually strengthen hands too. It all depends on what his actual problem is, though, because I noticed the hand, he was soaking it after the fight, but it wasn't like he broke it. You get what I'm saying? So I just think it's like it's one of them things, man, where I don't know, you just gonna have to
fills up with fluid, yeah.
Right? Your hands gonna be banged up after the fights throughout your career. That's just, I think, something that is gonna be. But the best thing you can do is like the way you treat the situation, right? And deal with it consistently, right? Give it the right attention it needs, you know what I'm saying? And give yourself the proper time to rest and, just get the game. And if you got to keep searching for boxing gloves that fit you the right way, do it. Because you tried them rival gloves and, still went out there and hurt your hands.
And what's that verse that Aubrey Day said about your boy Draymond? How did he say it in his verse?
He called Corey to Kyrie Irving the boxing. Nah, hell no.
He said, "Take the Draymond." What my man Drake say about Draymond? When I read that, I started thinking about Drake.
Same way Floyd did. Bad punch technique, slapping with the inside of the fist. It could be the technique. Could be something like that. Maybe you tweak the way you throw your shots. Possibly. Somebody else explained it. I forgot who was saying it, but they was like, maybe the way he throw the punches and he chipping the bone. I think it was Greg Hackett, man. Shout out to Greg Hackett, man. GHB.
Face of boxing.
He gave a good ass breakdown of what he think is happening. But I mean, shout out to Kyrie because he great, but I don't think Corey get hurt that much. Think about it. I look at it this way. He missed one fight due to injury. I don't think that's a lot, right? This been the last layoff or this injury period was the longest he been out the ring. So he's been able to manage it thus far. And I just think it's a matter of understanding that is an issue. I don't think it just goes away, but I think you can always find a way to treat it and stay on top of it. Like, I'm going to be reaching out again to try to get the part 2 going because now you done had a fight now. So I know you got a little bit of time to kind of.
It would be interesting though, man, to see if they could actually, because it would help with the swelling too, bro, to keep the swelling down for sure.
Could be though.
Those gloves work.
Could be, man. Maybe I heard Floyd say the way he started getting his hands wrapped differently, and that helped, right? So I just think it's a combination of things you just got to do, right? When that's something that you just got to deal with.
That ain't funny, bro. Because that injury to Kyrie, man, that might be career ending, bro.
Oh, he did just get injured recently, right?
Yeah, he Achilles. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Achilles, dog.
Taking dudes out.
You know what I'm saying? And if you try to rush back, you can't rush back from an Achilles, bro. They got better like technology and information on how to handle it, but you can't rush it back. Mm-hmm. You're gonna have to be out for some time.
Person too, man. Some of these dudes rehab be crazy. Oh, is his ACL? Still all that ACL, all that.
Oh, it was ACL. Okay, my bad.
Nah, but you said it tore ACL, didn't you?
I said Achilles. I said Achilles. I thought it was Achilles.
Oh, that should be bad. Yeah, ACL. Okay, yeah, probably
right. That's a little bit easier. Yeah.
Oh, that shit is bad.
Yeah, the ACL. My bad. It was ACL.
Talented, man. He different. That man got a crazy bag. It's like he was born with a ball in his hand.
Yo,
that's crazy how he scored, man. He always lived up to what I thought he was gonna be. It's crazy. I always thought that dude was special. Seeing him, he played a little bit at Duke. I was like, either they gonna be really wrong or really right about this guy right here, bro.
Oh, you're a Jersey guy too, Just.
I'm a positive guy, so I'm like, I think they're gonna be right. I think he's gonna be one of the best, and he is.
Jersey.
He's a Jersey guy himself, Kyrie. I think Kyrie from Orange. I think from East Orange, somewhere like
Jersey.
that. He's from one of the Oranges. I know he's from Jersey though. He's from one of the Oranges. I don't know if it's East or West.
No, I love my Jersey natives.
Yeah, but you're right about that, man. That dude was something else in college, bro. Like, and he didn't even play that much.
Right, he didn't. Like 8, 10 games, something wild, like some wild shit. Dude was injured then. Like he just somebody that's been all East Orange. You was right. And okay, me and my son watched Uncle Drew a couple days ago. Yeah, that shit is entertaining too. But that man is like his handle is like second to none. His
finish ability
package is ridiculous. The layup package, I mean, because I know we got some weird people out there, but that layup package, the dribble package is wild. That man,
my bad. Yeah, my bad. We do got wild
not be an
folks.
overly big ass dude too. What he like 6'3"? Shit crazy. Kyrie special, man. In person cross some mind while posting them up. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That shit don't even sound. Shout out to Reek. Should just sound disrespectful.
Yeah.
That shit just sound disrespectful right there. Sound wild, man.
He said he crossed them while posting them up. Damn. But yeah, man. So shout out Kyrie, man. That's unfortunate. But yeah, man, I just think that people really don't want Benavidez to get the fight because they really don't want to see him do well, bro. That's the major thing about it, bro. Why else would you give him flack for somebody that ain't even called for a rematch? That should trump or supersede the actual fight that's being put in place. And bump what Turkey's saying too, man. Them boys want that fight and make that fight. Find a way to make that fight.
Right.
I don't know if you say it. I haven't seen David Benavidez get too much scrutiny. I just think that boxing fans like to complain. That's all it is, man. Boxing fans like to complain. We complain too damn much.
They do.
Well, a lot of them might be the Canelo Alvarez fans that be talking like that.
He'd be back.
Yeah, but not just the Canelo Alvarez fans, but just fans in general.
I agree.
Fans in general, just find something to complain about.
But if you're saying, to me, if you're saying somebody don't deserve to fight because there should be a rematch, the other person involved in the fight that they're saying the rematch hasn't said a word about it. And Bivol is like, yo, if he want to get it, we can run it. So, like, what's wrong with the fight, man? Let's make that fight. That'd be a great fight. And then on top of that, hey, it brings Canelo into the play because if the winner's gonna get a chance to fight him anyway, because he said he would always fight for that belt up there. So you got all the belts up there. That's even more of a lure. That might be one that Turkey can get. And I mean, let's face it. There ain't gonna be no numbers problem when Canelo is on the card. They gonna sell him for sure about that.
Right.
It don't matter. They can skyrocket the damn pay-per-view to 100.
That's why I try to build this platform where it's like, let's enjoy this shit. Let's not agree to disagree because that shit played out. It's old. Let's just build and let people have their opinions. Stop getting bent out of shape. Don't shit on the fighters. You can have your opinion. You can go hard on them, but it's definitely a fine line. And I think
between hard and disrespectful,
unathletic, smoking, drinking, partying animals then got way too comfortable critiquing people for shit that we can't do. And I always keep that in mind when I talk boxing. I can't get in there and do the shit they do. So what I look like talking about who this and who that, we got so comfortable with our opinion and having it because there's like no accountability to a boxing person's opinion. Like you ever watch, like what was it that I was just watching? Pro Box? Was it the Pro Box card that just passed? And I'm in there and I'm just looking at people that we know and I'm just watching people just type dumb shit, like fanned out shit, super fanboy shit, like stuff that had nothing to do with what's going on right now. I was like, man, the average boxing fan is an immature person when it comes to the approaching the sport. It's like they just say anything. Nah, I feel it so I can say it. No, it's my opinion. They just say anything. The boxing, what's good, family? How you feeling? So I'm highly upset. I haven't seen Plant be given a return after his last Shawn. Where's Jamel Charlo and Canelo money at? That good? Yeah, right. He did get that bread. He told them what his price was. All things, my guy was good with it, bro. I would like to know what's up with that. His next fight. I think he do deserve one after the kind of outing that he had, but just goes to show you, man, inactivity be real. Like, dudes just don't be fighting all that often. I would love to see him right back in there, but Charlo, I see him shaking loose, but some of the things I hear from, people that know him, it just be like, You just don't know with him. Like, you'll see him training, but is that going to translate into him getting in the ring anytime soon? I hope. But I like Caleb Plant though a lot. I think he underrated as hell. I really do. I really do. And if it wasn't for maybe a hole or two in that gas tank, man, that dude really can fight, man. And I'm telling you, I know people don't see it. That dude could box. He really can fight. Keep people complain about Turkey's involvement in boxing, then turn around and complain because he said he's not bidding on the Bivol fight. Hey, bro, you can't make it up. You can't. I'm sorry. I'm not that. America, everything has to be here. It's the home of the that's not my energy. I'm sorry. I just want to see boxing, bro. Like, I have no control over it. So getting online, being stressed out about it ain't gonna change what nobody's doing in boxing. It don't work that way. They don't make their moves based on how we feel. If they did, then we would have seen some certain fights a long time ago. So yeah, man, it's a little bit crazy. They don't know what they want from the man. They don't know if he out to get Al Heyman, ruin boxing, take over boxing. They don't know what they want to do.
Right.
They don't know what they want to see Turk trying to do, bro.
And in addition to that point, right, like that nationalist, super patriot angle that folks are coming from. Oh, he's taking the fights away from America. Like that Fatal Fury card about to be in Times Square, bro.
Nah, they just ignore it. They ignore it, bro. They ignore it. And look at the names on the card. So you telling me you see cards like that all the time, right? You see cards
for free
like that
at that, from my understanding, like smack dab in the middle of Times Square.
Times Square is wild. And then I heard a little birdie saying something about it being free for the people that's there. I'm like, that's wild.
That's what I'm saying.
That's even more wild. So I don't know, but I know some people had a different view on it. They like, yo, he trying to undercut, and take over. Like, they had a whole breakdown, you know what I'm saying, on what he was trying to do and that why he offering, the pay-per-views at such low prices and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I hear everybody, because look, a good point is a good point when it's logical and well thought out. And I understand it, even if I don't look at it that way myself. But if I watch boxing the way certain people do, I wouldn't enjoy it. Because I'd be so concerned about shit that I have zero control over. And I think we be panicking way too fast before it's a reason to panic. Like, but as long as I've been watching boxing, whenever somebody is like trying to give you a reason to like panic about the state of boxing or how it's going on or what somebody gonna do, and think about it. Like, think about the panic button that when you heard Showtime was no longer involved. It's like I'm not going for that shit, bro. Boxing's still here. Al Heyman's still here. Dude's still here putting on shows, cards, fighters still getting paid. Millions of dollars is still being generated within the sport. Like, why are we panicking about what somebody else want to do with they league? Take your league and have fun with it, bro. But you're gonna need some fighters to go with it. So I keep saying, so sooner or later, like this whole evil takeover plan, that shit, you're gonna have to work with the same people you trying to put out of business if that's the case, right? So I don't see that shit being a reality. People just get a microphone and they talk a good one, and if we don't believe the person and the shit they saying sound like it got bad intentions, we'll run with it. But man, that shit just ambitious, man. Is people tripping that Eddie Hearn say he the best promoter in the game, bar none? He ain't worried about Turkey. Like, you get what I'm saying? He ain't worried about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to on his TV. Said, according to people, Turkey is an evil villain, was trying to poison the war spot, take over box. I'm telling you, they might as well treat it like that, bro. That's how they acting. And I'm glad I've been consistent. I'm not championing for him, but I ain't against it. I'm watching. I just want to see fights, bro. And I know it's gonna be some people like I ain't gonna speak on somebody that was supposed to be a guy that's in the TKO league. I'll wait till that come out, that information. I won't be the guy to break it, but just knowing the fighter that's in mine, I'm not surprised. I like it would fit right in with what I said he was gonna do. You're gonna have to find fighters that are of substance and quality, but that don't have the most ideal situations in boxing. Right? Don't have the big money behind them or the machines behind them. And a lot of those type of guys fall through the cracks often. And I think for it to grow, people are going to have to see the success that other guys are able to have and to want to follow suit. Like, it's easy to throw money around, but shit got to make sense. I know everybody don't just operate off money alone, You know what I'm saying? I know some people still gonna have some morals and principles about them. So shit overall just gonna have to make sense for I think everybody to just fall in line. I just don't see it being that easy. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Maybe you throw enough money around, anything possible. Nah, that's right, NHA, bro.
And unless there's something like maleficent or nefarious that comes along with signing with Turkey, I don't even think morality should even come into play. We're talking about business here. This is a business opportunity. You know, you want to get paid. If he don't got you doing nothing crazy like sacrificing babies or no weird shit like that, like
you get
what
I'm
are we
saying?
talking about? Go get
But they
paid.
keep saying like he got everybody in check. He got them on their best behavior. They kiss in the ring. They don't. I haven't been able to see none of what anybody is talking about when they're talking about that part. Because you're telling me that, you know, I'm supposed to not take the best opportunity for myself because of what exactly? Explain it to me. That's what, like, people got a really good, you know, they got a really good grasp of talking about what they don't like and why they don't like it. But I haven't really got the understanding of, you know, if you were that person, why wouldn't it be in your best interest to, you know, to take him up on an offer? I mean, like, who got screwed over? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So I don't see it. Like, who's getting screwed here? Like, you know, you got an opportunity. You there's your money. There's your opponent. Do you want it or not? I don't see no get down or lay down. Now I know some of the stuff he say it sound like that, but man, I'm chalking that shit up to him being where he at, and that's how they talk arrogantly. And you get what I'm saying? You got everybody calling you His Excellency. Man, you ain't gonna tell me that shit ain't gonna influence the way you deal and talk to people on a day-to-day. I will never call him that. I don't give a damn. It's gonna be your name or it ain't gonna be nothing. Nah. But then again, you know, if I'm on the payroll, I mean, I can refer to you as I'm still not calling you that. I can refer to, oh yeah, you know, that's what they call them. Cool, but still in all, man, I just don't get the paranoia yet, man. I don't. I'm sorry.
Neither do I, especially considering
and make people believe it. Oh, I'm coming to take over. I'm crushing everybody. You heard what he said? You see, I told you, man. And look, man. And shut up, man. Just calm down. He ain't doing shit. He just talking just like everybody else.
Have we not been complaining about corruption in politics and fighters being screwed over since God knows when?
That's shout out to Jim. He said, bro, I heard a dude that tell him to call him Turkey instead of His Excellency. Like, you see me? You know what I mean? A little bit. They say Jay said he a little chill, man. He said he kind of cool, man. Got him calling His Excellency shit because they want to. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't saying it. They making it seem like he like referred to me as. You know what I'm saying? His Excellency. Like, bro, y'all doing that, G. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, yo, take that money while it's there, bro.
Get that paper.
There's new money in boxing. Go get it. Nah, you selling out, yo. You're not supposed to do what's best for you and your family. Nah, you're supposed to keep it in America. What are you talking about? Are you talking about that same American fan base that tear fighters limb to limb and they ain't even got to lose nowadays? Are you telling me that? Be loyal to that cause, right? Right? That the same American fan base that just after one loss, it's over. Retire, you washed, your damaged goods. You name it, they do it. Keith Thurman lost one time. They wrote that they closed the book on him. I literally heard people shit on him, tear him down, and be mad at him for getting injured. Some shit that's out of your control. Instead of just looking at it like, damn, this is what he do for a living. You think he want to be on the sideline? Nah, that never goes through your mind. Nah, F Keith Thurman. He stay injured, man. What has he done boxing, man? It used to be Thurman. Used to be one time. You know, that's sometime Thurman. It's like once upon a time Thurman. I'm like, damn. All because of injuries, bro. One loss. Earl Spence, you already know how they did it. Get what I'm saying? Shit, Shakur Stevenson ain't got to lose a fight. He showed you that. They're going to go crazy. You know what I'm saying? Favorite fighter lose have a close fight. They in a panic. They don't even know how to talk boxing no more. They don't even want to kick it.
but to be honest, though, that damn near was everybody, though, bro. Because remember when
did you think he lost? Oh, my God. They losing their minds, bro. That same American fan base that rip into our fighters. You get what I'm saying? Man got grease in his eye. They made a diss track. Nah, that was funny though. But you know, the rest of this shit is crazy. Nah, he's scared this. Ducking out of the rematch. He don't want this. He don't want that. Before we even know anything. That's where we at with it. So people got to keep that in mind. Yeah, I want people to be so loyal to the soil is what I'm calling it. And I ain't even saying being over, going to get money and, you know, taking advantage of an opportunity. That's not being disloyal. That's being smart. You box. How long is their window? How wide is that window? And how fast do it close? If you don't shut up sitting from your computer chair telling me what money I'm supposed to take based on how you feel emotionally about how I fight, I don't give a damn about what you think. I'm going over here to get this bread. And while we at it, I said I ain't knocking shit out. I'm taking the TKO with me. Fuck out of here. And I'm taking all my biggest bags. Shut up. Shut up before you try to tell me that I shouldn't make money, bro. I got to get punched. You know what I mean? You ain't got to do nothing but talk about this shit. I got to really live it. It's the difference, bro. Don't tell. I never sit here from my chair and think I got the right to tell a man what deal to accept, where to sign to, and how to go about doing this. What? Man, you an arrogant dude doing that. I don't care who you are. That's arrogant, bro. That's crazy. Hey, yeah. Imagine a dude come to your job and tell you how to do your work. You know what I'm saying? To tell you, yeah, they pay you too much at your job. You should get paid less. You ain't trying to hear that shit. And at the same token, if somebody told you the same job you do now, that they're going to pay you more to do it, just relocate somewhere that you don't mind going, you're going to do it. Same thing. That's the way I look at traveling and going to make money somewhere else, bro. You act like he moved there, even though he said he wanted to move there. But I see why. You get treated like you matter. You get treated like a real fighter. Over here, they keep talking about who don't sell tickets and how nobody don't want to watch you, even if this shit ain't true. That's what they'll push. That's our fan base. We the worst to our fighters, and then you're gonna tell them not to go outside of where they're at and make money. Why? Why should they be loyal to that cause? Because the cause been that loyal to them. We go hours on end tearing into our fighters. I ain't never seen nobody that, you know, based in the UK that talk boxing from over there, and they out there. They would never get up on the internet and do what we do to our fighters. Ever. We go crazy with no second guessing. Like, nah, we just, that's what boxing is. Nah, we got to be hard on these fighters. Nah, let me find out I'm a UK guy. I'll fit right in over there because I just appreciate boxing. You ain't got to sign to the promoter that I want you to sign to. You don't got to, you know, I don't got to argue about if you deserve this amount of money or not. I don't care about none of that. I'm just glad that you got your money and we got to see the fight and just appreciate it like that. But you got some that like, nah, you got to sign over here and you got to go here to get this fight, sign here for 3 fights. And yeah, don't say this and do it like that. And like, bro, what? Man, I'm out of here, man. I'm going overseas to get that brethren, man. I'm going to get that bag and I'll be back in a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like these fake ass boxing fans, bro.
Man.
We the only ones that do that shit. I got somebody tagging me right now in a post on Instagram. And do you know he's still talking about a 25% offer from Devin Haney? You can't make this shit up. Those are American fans.
Your boy should take that 25%, baby boy.
Nah, you beg for it, take it or leave it. Those are the ones. Those are the UK do not do that shit. Derek Chisora running around here with a dozen losses and they cheering this man.
I was just about to say that, Mo City. I was like, yo, Derek Chisora could take another L and the people in the arena be out there singing Sweet Caroline.
Yo, you get me? Yo, that man won his 49th fight. He won and proceeded to, they gave him the microphone and said, hey, go ahead. What you got to say? This man start talking and letting him pick his 50th fight. The appreciation level is totally different over there, bro. Totally different. Every one of our fighters that go over there say the same shit. Everyone. Telling you, over here, man, they whining about you trying to do what's best for you and your family, you and your team. You got grown men talking about how they don't like Terrence Crawford because of what he did. I'm never letting that go, by the way. I'm never letting y'all forget that. Grown men talking about, yeah, I like the way he fight, but I don't like the way he move. And then as soon as you ask him how he move, they start talking about some shit that ain't got nothing to do with no boxing. Yeah, man, in negotiations, he asked for a coin flip, man. He a hoe ass nigga. Like, what? Those are American fans. Those, I ain't trying to hear none of that shit when it's time to eat, bro. I ain't trying to hear none of that. Y'all the ones that sit up on lives arguing if I'm worth the money that I'm being paid. Y'all do that shit. Over here, they like, yo, we give us the fight. Give us the fight. You get what I'm saying? We over here telling you how much you worth. Man, get that shit out of here, man. So when I see somebody go over there and get that bag, you won't hear me complaining, telling that dude where he should sign and how he should do it and what roadblock he putting in the way, man. Shut up, man. Dudes are going to do what's best for them. And the minute they stop doing that, that's where you mess up, bro. The minute you stop doing what's best for you and your family in the sport of boxing, to listen to somebody on the internet, ask Devin Haney, ask Bill Haney, respect to them dudes. Listen to the people on the internet. I don't give a damn what nobody say. And you was listening to the people that wasn't your biggest supporters. And how did that work out for you? That shit went left. And then look at how we got trashed after that. Now, the memes and stuff, that's part of it. We goofy, we silly, that's cool. But I'm talking about the trashing of them now. He finished, mentally broken. He'll never be the same. We ain't even let us see him again. Nothing. We seen 5 seconds of a video and was like, yeah, that's it. He done. He done. I'm like, yeah. So again, why they want to go over there and get that bread, y'all? Because our fans be the worst. We go the hardest. Every day I open Twitter, I see somebody that I know talking to one of these fighters like they could do something with them. It's not about interacting and supporting the sport and building and networking. It's none of that. It's like, let me see who I can shit on, talk crazy to. Yeah, you ain't this. Yeah, you got to do it like this. Go do it like that. Go fight this guy. You too big to fight in this weight class. Like we got all the answers. We know what guys supposed to be fighting at, what they really walk around at. Like, I mean, it just go and go and go. The narratives, bro. And it all of it, when it's all said and done, it moves you so far away from anybody that really appreciate boxing. It's not even close. Not even close. Trash Cool Boy. Trashed him. One of the best active resumes still in boxing. Dude had about almost half his resume with undefeated fighters. You can't make this shit up. Go look at his come up. But it ain't surface level enough, so I guess people don't see it. Man get knocked out. He wasn't shit. He fought scary. I don't believe none of that. I don't believe he fought scary. He just got beat. That shit happens. It's the end of the story. He just got beat. They trashed that man, bro. Trashed him. And then said he was done. Now he had a close fight. Yeah, he done, man. He'll never be the same. Now he cooked Brandon Figueroa. Now y'all got to eat crow, and you can't even get a man the credit you should be giving him because you sounded stupid the whole time. That's all we do. All you need to do is lose one time for the American fan base. So miss me with all that loyal to the soil ass shit. No fighters ain't trying to hear that. These dudes you got some of the best fighters in the world got to protect their image and their name because the American fan base spends so much time downplaying them. I'm watching this shit. I'm really watching it. And I'm watching people have selective energy. And I got to call y'all out for a second because your favorite fighter had a close fight. Now y'all don't want to talk boxing no more. Yo, I'm watching. Oh, man, yo, the fans are the worst, bro. I'm watching it. Tear down whole resumes. Everything these guys are putting up in the sport, you tearing it down. Now you're doing it with one of the more recent fighters. Now he's a hype job. You know what I'm saying? BBC hype job. This is why you don't fight. This is like, see, this is what we do to our fighters, no matter what the hell they prove. And I can move from Tank and go to Bud Crawford. He done proved it through 4 different divisions, bro. They say he ain't fight nobody but like, a cripple or a drunk or whatever they say, and faded Shawn Porter. It's like you can't make this shit up, bro. So I'm like, man, I don't even care to listen to people, and I hope the fighters do it the same way. Rock with who rock with you, man. Do what's best for you and your family, your team, bro. And I don't expect you to do nothing less, nothing more. Yeah, peace, Queen. How you feeling? That's when I was asked, but UK fan base was superior because they support their fighters. And he tries to stand it. And because they're too emotional. They don't even listen. Look at how you perceived over there, received it. Look at how you welcome, and they just showing love. Even if you over there to beat up one of their heroes, you could whoop one of their heroes' ass. They're gonna be in there cheering for you and him at the same time. No bullshit. You can't make it up because they really appreciate boxing, and that's all I'm calling out. The people that just don't appreciate it enough. And it's always something negative. You got to find something. You fake ass Stephen A. Smiths of the world. Like, that shit is weak. He weak for doing that shit for all these years. And he's still doing it actively right now, making money, going at his own people. That shit lame as hell, bro. Lamest shit in the world. Richest goofy man in the world, bro. All that power. And that's what they get you to do. They pay you to go crazy on your own people. Shit is wild, man. Japan fans love Cool Boy. Yeah, drawing cartoons of him and Timbs and all. You dig? Look, you get me? And had he beat Monster, it'd have been the same thing. Probably even more love. That's what I'm saying, bro. We don't have that. One of our fighters, I watched people tear Terrence Crawford down for beating Errol Spence is the wildest, most disrespectful shit in the sport of boxing I could watch. Start coming up with narratives, snack, steroids, loaded gloves, manipulating gloves. I'm like, bro, this shit do not stop, bro. It don't stop. You name it, they're going to do it. Every fighter that, and I'm like, bro, this is our fan base. We go at the fighters that way. We don't support them. We just tear them down. Get mad at them for their opinion. You get what I'm saying? Ask Bad, what's good with it, bro? You know it, man. Jersey. Guys, what's good, bro? That shit is wild, man. I just never seen anything like this before, bro. Like, don't give me no shit about them going over there to get some money. Nah, man. You shouldn't be working with him. Nah, man. Based on your favorite fighter say don't work with him because he this. You don't have no example of how to do this bad for boxing, but your favorite fighter saying it, it's you get what I'm saying? Now it's the law. I'm trying to hear that shit, man. Like, for real, man. Support boxing, bro. Not just the shit that make you feel good about boxing. Support it even when you don't understand what's going on, bro. Support the sport, man. Y'all double taps is the screen. My bad. I just had to go on a little rant, bro. I had a little rant for a second. Little rant. Start calling it Just Do Rants in a minute. We're gonna have a whole segment, bro. Telling him about to start having that one every day, one rant a day on this show.
I'm not gonna lie. The favorite fighter syndrome is wild, dog. The weird ass energy you hear from these Tank fans, the niggas that just totally disappeared and went dark when Devin Haney lost. Crazy, bro. And then they gonna make excuses and talk down upon other people. Like I said, get them in the ring, let the ring settle the whole goddamn thing. That's all I've ever said. That's all I want.
Talk to him.
Push for the fights. Don't push for why the fight should not be made. Push for fights.
Keep Thurman.
Oh, for sure. Keep that. Well, Keefy, he got your boy troubles right now. You got to worry about him, whether or not he done greatly improved since the last time he fought. But it's good to see Keith in there talking his talk, man. It's like it's good seeing your boy Keyshawn in there talking his talk, bro. That's how you get people to tune in. I'm not mad.
This day was coming. I've been vouching for that dude since I think pro debut. When people been saying, I don't really see it. He got a silver medal, but I don't really see it. I'm like, well, all right, just keep watching. Now you ain't got no choice. If you say you don't see what Keyshawn got that make him special, you just clearly a hater now. Now it's clear. It's easy to say that now. It's clear to see.
Hey, but Josh, how many medals do the U.S. team usually accumulate?
And that was all because of how he was talking about people's favorite fighter. Again, you're not looking at what he do in the ring or what he can't do. You're looking at how you don't like it, what he's saying to your favorite fighter. So you just bent out of shape. So yeah, he ain't really doing this and he ain't doing nothing. It's like, yo, chill, relax.
Our teams,
fighters, they supposed to talk crazy too.
Our Olympic teams don't get medals like they used to. We'd be lucky if we get about a couple. He got a silver. That was almost gold.
I bet you I go when Twitter get back whatever going on with them, I can open up Twitter right now and go to Lamont Roach and just like scroll through his feed, and I could show you people that we really know going in on him, like for no reason whatsoever. It's like, yo, y'all crazy, bro. That's super fanning. I don't understand how you don't get that. You're arguing with another man on behalf of another fighter that ain't even got a problem with what he doing. Y'all do. That's how personal y'all take it, yo. Y'all got a different type of emotional connection to these fighters. I don't have that with nobody. I just have it to boxing. I'm passionate for people that diss boxing and then say they love it. It don't make sense to me. So you see a lot of that. And that's what I seen. I just was fresh off reading somebody's paragraph to Lamont Roach. I'm like, bro, look at this stuff, bro. This is nasty. You would have think he said something wild online. Like, he ain't even said nothing wrong.
Not only is it fanboyism, it's also extremely hypocritical because the same folks would be calling other fan bases, these crazy names, Haneyites, and yeah, I don't understand it.
That's a T Hill special right there, baby boy. So
but nobody sees the error in their ways, though. Everybody else is a deranged fan but you.
Right.
That's the one thing I noticed, man.
Right. Speaking of Olympic medals, U.S. bronze medalist Omari Jones makes his pro debut on Saturday on Matchroom. Shout out to LetsBuild. I think Omari Jones was on Cigar Talk yesterday or something, right? One of them days. I was a little out of it. I couldn't catch a lot of stuff yesterday, but
shout out to Omari Jones. Raina, I gotta disagree. It's the so-called hardcores or the people who call other people casuals. The real casuals, they don't know about any of these details. They don't speak on these things. Like, I got friends that know that I'm into boxing, so I'm somewhat of the authority when it comes to them. Like, yo, I heard this fight is going on. Is that fighter good? Yada, yada, yada. That's generally how casuals, how they behave, like when it comes to boxing. They're not the ones saying, well, Devin Haney is this, or Tank ain't fighting nobody, or Shakur Stevenson got the brittle hands. That's the supposed hardcore fans that talk like that, not the casuals.
Top fighters have those fans, not only Tank. Yeah, hell no, it ain't just Tank. I think all of these guys got those type of fans, but I think he might have the biggest, and I'm going off my experience. He has the biggest of irrational fans. Like I said, I might make that part of my show. If I show y'all how two Tank fans, one of them end up subscribing, so I was going to leave him alone. But just for conversation purposes, to show you how he initially started talking to me because of how I made him feel based on what my title was, instead of him just checking it out and listening. And then the other guy, I got this dude that was jumping in my inbox. Mind you, y'all, they do this shit from the time before the time I get up to start my day. So many DMs, messages, all types of shit, sending me all these different people content. I'm not watching none of that shit. Like, for real. So I'm asking dude, I asked dude out of curiosity because he been sending me shit for weeks. No exam, probably months. I said, yo, you be in the live streams anywhere? Like, I be seeing you in lives? He like, nah, some. I just tuned him out. I don't even remember. Once he said nah, the rest was like Chinese. I ain't need to hear nothing else. So he continually messaged me and send me people shit. I'll give him like quick responses. Man, this dude writing paragraphs, explaining shit to me about Turkey and Al Heyman, and you know how Shakur should have signed with the brother and signed with the PBC, and you know Turkey is bad for boxing, and he's trying to put Al Heyman out of bed. He got all of this shit, he writing all of this stuff, bro. I'm like, yo, man, I don't even care, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't care. I'm like, yo, go message somebody else. Can't do it, bro. If you would have seen the amount of disrespect that came at this dude mouth, I couldn't believe he was talking to me like that. One minute I had to remember this Instagram. I'm like, yeah, man. Then he tried to call me and talk to me. I was like, nah, bro. It's like these people, but he's a Tank fan. And I hate to say it like that. It has nothing to do with the fighter. It's just the way he fights and the way he get his fans to react. It's nothing that he's doing. It's just these over emotional people. That was his favorite fighter. He made that clear. Just kept talking about all this stuff. I used to like Shakur. I don't like him no more. He did this. He did that. And it's like, bro, I told him I don't care. He's still talking. I'm like, yeah, I had to block him. Bro. Super casual. No, you're not. I refuse to take the hardcore because I like to watch without bias. Now, both faces have a form, a blemish on the record. You didn't. Now what? Yeah, for sure. Now what? There's only two the two of the top lightweights with absolutely no blemishes. That's what somebody said. I mean, that's what somebody was saying. Somebody said that. Somebody threw that out there. I'm like, who they talking about? I'm like, yeah, I know who you talking about. Fans of the boxer, yeah, that dude, I couldn't believe it. And it's crazy because some people that we know follow this guy. I had to block him. I think he a little off. I ain't going to be very mindful. Yo, the internet is a very strange place, bro. They got a lot of interesting people. I'll say that out here, and you just got to be mindful. Cause once I say something very common sense and basic, and you like ignore everything, and you still talking, I automatically go to thinking something wrong with you. Automatically, I think something is wrong. And nah, Remo, man, you're not a casual, man. You ain't got to be a diehard, but training super casual because casuals don't make a lot of sense, bro, when they talk. You make a lot of sense when you talk. So I can't let you label yourself casual. You don't got to be a diehard. I give you that, but You might be more diehard than you think. Definitely more diehard than casual for sure.
I think the casuals are a lot more reasonable than the supposed diehards, man. Like
Nowadays, because you got casuals pretending as diehards, and they really just fans of the fighter, and you can tell, like, because they don't call shit down the middle, they don't speak on things on both sides, they only see shit one way. You get what I'm saying? That's a casual approach to me, where you only see things one way.
I don't look at it as, you have to know about every single rule or be a historian or know every single obscure fighter that's out there. It's more so the mindset.
Right.
Because you got guys that'll follow somebody who's popular, but they'll refuse to watch anybody else. Like me, I just want to see good fights. That's really what it comes down to. But as an Errol Spence fan, I was extremely disappointed with the way in which people were slandering Terrence Crawford leading up to that fight and even after the fight. Like, what the hell do you mean he got a bad rap for being hard to work with and being a diva and all this? Like, so he's not supposed to negotiate. He's supposed to just take whatever, and I just don't agree with that, man. I don't agree with that. And then I was hearing people talking about his character and he's this type of guy, this type of whatever. Then you look at the man's Instagram story, and I understand that doesn't tell the whole story, but you look at the man's Instagram page, and the majority of it is either he's with his family, like his woman and his kids, or he's at the gym, or he's supporting another boxer that he's got a relationship with. So I'm like, this guy can't be that bad of a guy. But I don't know, man. He postponed the arrangement with Spence, and he beat Spence, so he must be a villain. Must be Maleficent.
My bad, y'all.
No, it's all good. Speaking of Olympic medalists, while I'm talking about Terrence Crawford, what's my man's name? Felix Diaz, Olympic gold medalist. Terrence Crawford beat that guy, did it pretty damn soundly, but I'm supposed to believe that he ain't fighting nobody until he fought Errol Spence. It's another one of them situations where, we're just looking at names and notoriety and not the quality of the fighter itself and himself going into his background.
Boxing fans, accountants, and managers, these fighters ain't supposed to negotiate anything. Hey, bro, hold on, bro.
That pisses me off.
Let me tell you how accurate you are. I try to respect people because I think dude that's tagging me on Instagram is decent, so I ain't gonna slay him. But that's literally what he's trying to convince me with the 25%. Like, that's what I said. That's the problem. Y'all think that people have no room to negotiate. Y'all think that's how fights go. Just take it or leave, and that's it. And I'm tired of the one or two examples you got of when somebody did X, Y, and Z. I don't give a damn. That fighter is nothing like these guys that we talk about now. Them situations not even close to being the same. So that's pretty much what he's telling me. When Devin Haney said, "Here, go 25%," he was supposed to say, "Yeah, okay," and not try to do nothing else. And if you think like that, you got more of a casual approach to me because you only see it one way, and it's in favor of the guy that you either like or whoever your favorite fighter is. So in this case, he showed you what side he on. With me, I sided with boxing. I genuinely said everything I could say about that situation, from people being allowed to negotiate to one guy asking for extra time to make a decision to vacating his belt. Like, you can't make this shit up. Like, he did everything. Like, you still making an argument about a damn percentage when a guy is clearly showing you that his career was done at the weight. The dude had 2 fights at 40, but somehow you think he was about to squeeze another one out at 35. Like, I think you have to be a fan of that fighter to believe that. Nobody that's in boxing is really going to condition their mind to say, yeah, he was going to do it. No, the hell he wasn't. He wouldn't even take 80-20 versus Shakur. Nope. I bet you he won't. I'm telling you, man. Not at 35. I'm telling you. And now that I see this shit, we don't want to fight him. I run the clip, man. I run the clip. Not that clip either. Not the Bill Haney clip. Not the Bill Haney.
It's like me and Shakur, we talk like every other day. So, I'm not I'm not ducking or dodging nobody, but that's not somebody I'm just in a rush to get in the ring with.
That's just somebody I'm not a rush to get in the ring with. I always pick with them about that, but when you say that, sometimes not in a rush, it end up that window end up passing us by. I never thought he was scared. I just thought his career was done at 35, like in terms of being smart, not giving somebody as good as Shakur respectfully. Like, and I'll say it this way. Somebody that tells you your father is telling you how he got out on you all the time, and if you had any guy, you got off any, it was a good day. You telling me that's the guy that you're going to allow to be less, you're going to go in there less than 100% against, and you're going to beat him? Get the hell out of here, man. You being a fan. Put the shoe on the other foot. That's like me saying, after Shakur, you missed weight for the Kensei fight that I was like, missed weight. That's the fight. Lost the belt on the scales. So you telling me after that fight, after that man said he was urinating orange, he gonna turn around and say Shaky Foster or somebody challenge him. You can tell me he gonna stay there and fight him? Like, that's like me trying to convince y'all that he had another fight at 30. You get what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with being scared or any of that. It's just that opportunity didn't make sense down there. It would have been a bad move. The only bad move you can argue that they made is with dealing with Ryan because of all the shit that led up to it. Other than that, they've made smart move after smart move after smart move to me. Bill and Devin are smart guys, smart. And if you see that you've already given guys, opportunities being less than 100, then you go and do that with Loma. You see how close that fight is. Then you like, do you then turn around and fight a guy that could be even better than him? Younger, fresher, like you, that you've been sparring with, that's been giving you tough sparring all your life, like, or since y'all known each other, getting in the ring. Like, it's just, I use common sense and logic. It has nothing to do with somebody ducking or none of that. That's foolish. Like, nah, I don't think Devin's scared of nobody, bro. That dude's a fighter, man. The fact that he got in there with Tank at 16, 17 years old, that should have told you something right there. He was getting pummeled a little bit in that spar, obviously, right? He weathered the storm, man. That dude ain't scared. I don't think he's scared of nobody. I just think they make smart moves in the sport of boxing. Calculated risk, like most fighters, any fighters, damn near all of them, they do it at some point. Take calculated risk. They do things that make sense. I think Loma, calculated risk. Not a true 35 pounder, not that big a guy, very experienced though, but somebody that they felt like they had the ups on too. So it was worth the risk. It was calculated, but risky nonetheless. But you telling me you're gonna then turn around after a close fight like that and say, yeah, I'm gonna do it one more time because I'm a badass? No, absolutely not. You get what I'm saying? Imagine him doing that. He depleted himself in 2 fights at 140. Really, you know what I'm saying? You telling me he had an extra one at 35 before going up there? Hell nah. Shawn was
good scouting by his team, bro. It was good scouting by his team
because he didn't want to fight Sandor either. Who? Oh, you talking about Devin? Yeah. He didn't want to fight the Sandor Martin fight. I think because it was unappealing. And the 16-year-old lead with the money is crazy. Yeah. I mean, because you know what? I mean, it's a lot of ways to look at that. Overall, that's what happened. But if you look at like the disruption that took place in between, like that wasn't a legit like sparring match at all. Like, you got somebody grabbing the other guy, like that should look crazy if you really look at it all. But nah, it just showed you kind of I think what kind of fighter Devin is. He tough, bro. He always been that. Tough dude. He showed you that headgear. And I mean, he was taking a shellacking for a second in that sparring. He had to weather that shit, and he ended up walking out of there with some money. So I think it made, he been showing you what he is, right, to a degree. But it's different under them lights, man. But I never really felt like, me as a fan, that they really wanted that fight, because I think they did. His father made me not believe it more so than Devin. It was his father. Like, when you go that hard to try to disprove somebody is not this, but you constantly saying their name, it's not adding up to me. Like, and if the real reason why somebody don't want to fight you is because they scared or they ducking, at some point you gotta let that shit go and just start focusing on what's in front of you. And he never did. He never let up. It never was no real moves made towards that. You could say it on either side, but the A side guy wasn't the one, constantly having somebody barking and chirping the other guy's name at every interview, over saying his name, telling people to punch me in my face to make me stop it. It just kept going and going. And he did it as recently as like think this year mentioned fighting him still. And we know that shit not happening, but he still do it. So that let me know what the intent was for me. In my opinion, I don't think it was on Dev. I think a lot of that falls on, at least the way I look at it, it fell on Bill. I didn't think they wanted that fight particularly. Floyd was on one. Yeah, he was. He was wilding, wasn't he? Thurman fight on Wednesday morning. Should be streamed on the PBC YouTube channel. Just waiting on confirmation. Yeah, is that pay-per-view? That's what I wanted to know. Is that pay-per-view or is that just for them? Because somebody was saying that to me, and I just didn't recall them billing this as a pay-per-view fight at all. But yeah, man, that's just crazy, man. Crazy, man. Crazy. I think he could beat Sandor too. Just think it would have been an ugly, tricky fight, and maybe you don't want to. Well, shit, nah. He'd have got him out the way before Ryan. It would have been a different thing. I think he could have beat him. I really do. Oh, it's pay-per-view on Australia. I thought so. Shout out to the fax machine clearing that up, because I was like, that's not a pay-per-view that I'm willing to pay for. And y'all know I love supporting boxing and paying for it, but after the Tank joint, and I ain't saying nothing wrong there, but then you're gonna hit me in the pocket for Brock Jarvis and Keith Thurman. I don't know about that. This dude fight mostly, where he from, and then he fought Liam Parrow, got the stew stopped out. I'm like, nah. But all right, bet in Australia, man. So yeah, man, we might decide to call that card. Why not? We might. I like Keith Thurman, even though he went in on court. Shit just be funny. He not that nice. It's funny because they say he nice, but y'all ever ask yourself why people keep saying he nice and tell you he nice? And you ever think that it's just a chance that he might be nice? Said he nice, but he ain't that nice. Then from what I heard, the kid got slapped up. Keep crazy. The kid got slapped up, So I know the interviewer was sitting over there like, what the hell keep talking about, man? I'm not paying big prices for kangaroo. Oh, man, I'm telling you now. That's one I might have to be like, hold on, man. Hold on, y'all. Might have to check the source on that one. Like, nah, man. We gonna catch the highlights, y'all. We'll do a post fight. Man, that's somebody who ordering that, man. But yeah, it didn't need to be on pay-per-view for us buying it. But if it's gonna be on the YouTube channel, that's good. That's good then. I am happy to see Keith back. I don't care about his personal preference. I know fighter though. He still can scrap. I just want to know how much he still got, left for the sport. He talking a good one. I expect him to. He is experienced in this situation, but let's see if his experience win him the fight, or if the youngin try to, because he claim he gonna get Keith. He's gonna hit him so hard. You've never seen anything like me, and I think that's a damn lie. But we'll let him have that one. QT said I wish Keith would have stayed active after the Barris fight. He was piecing Mario up. That's a fact, bro. He was. It was injuries, Q. And this is somebody right here that know him. Behind the Hands TV, done talked to him, had conversation, pissed him off once. Know what I'm saying? And all that. So he know. But he'll tell you the injuries done it. And Behind the Hands got on him personally about that, like the inactivity and injuries. And Keith started talking to him. I don't want to be wrong, but I think Keith was saying to him, like, you think I want to be injured? Like, that's a part of the game that, and I always used to say that to people. You think a man that is at the top of his game in boxing, one of the best fighters, want to be on the sideline hurt? And then the Earl Spence thing kind of hurt his, the way people viewed him too, when like it was confirmation that he had an opportunity, he chose not to fight him, and he had a reason for it. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he did come out and say he wished he had fought him. See what I'm saying? So that's how people looked at Keith, and the inactivity didn't help, along with the Earl Spence thing. Like, and Earl Spence was like, the favorite for people, right? They love Earl Spence, right? Just getting there and fight, Mr. No Tune Up himself, coming off car accident, getting in there with top fighters. That's a guy, like, you get me, that people gonna always rock with him. So I think that turned people off on Keith too. Then you had the little hiccup with Manny Pacquiao. It's Manny, but still a hiccup nonetheless. You lost. He was out for about a total of 5 years throughout his career. I'm telling you, Roger, that shit crazy. And it was due to injuries and shit that, he couldn't control. Like, bro was telling me one day he was out, I think we said riding his bike or something like that, and he went to go put up like his hood on his sweater and ran into a damn sign or something, blacked his eye. Like, if you want to talk about bad luck, bro, that is the epitome of it. Like, you ran into some shit. Like, like what? What are the chances, bro? That's like Jim Carrey, like movie shit, something, man, bro. You out doing something and, you know, flip your hood up, bang, run into a sign. Like, that's some shit you see in a movie. Thought Thurman would have beat Spence even before the accident. He had a really good chance, though, even though people thought, you know, obviously Earl would have broke him down to the body and shit like that. But he definitely had a real shot, more of a shot than people was giving him credit for, because Earl was their favorite fighter or whatever the case. But I always thought Earl would catch up to him, work rate. I thought he would slow Keith down. I thought keep loading up would backfire certain things, right? I thought it would still be a good fight, though. Webuildboxing, I'm telling you, Dub. He was on a bicycle, riding a bike, bro, and ran into a damn sign or a pole or something like that. Bruh, like, you gotta have bad luck with shit like that to happen, bro. Gotta have bad luck. Yo, this dude still tagging me about that damn 25%. The Manny fans took that shit and ran with it, bro. They thought they had one, man. And then I'm telling you, they telling me that this man is not allowed to negotiate, that he gotta take whatever a dude give him, that he sell more tickets than. Nah, and I don't even like that conversation, but it's legit. It's legit. Just look it up. Like, man, get your ass out of here. And I don't want to talk about no damn who was it? Loma on pay-per-view. If you don't get that shit out of here, man, get that shit out of here. That man did try to take that fight. Sugar Nunez versus Ray Ford. I love to see it, but Ray Ford sound like he with it. I think somebody said that to him on Twitter. Oh man, this dude say you saying it wasn't no contract or no offer. His dude still saying the same thing. Telling you what Bob Arum said, and this dude still asking questions. Man, what people don't get. $25%. Whoa, man. Yeah, man. We wrapping up. I ain't even really think I was gonna be on here this long. Shout out to my dog Thomas Hill and Aunt McQueen coming up here to rock out with me. 25% is not an offer. That was disrespectful to the fans who wanted to see the fight. That was just for his fans too, QT, so they could eat that up. I always was sincere and genuine about that. He never wanted that fight at 35, which is why his fan base, like some sensitive little crybabies, the minute Shakur got in the ring with him, they started calling him like grimy, a backstabber, you know, he all types of stuff. Like, he really didn't want to. They was never really friends. He just want what he got. It got weird. They made every excuse as to why he shouldn't have gotten that ring with him. I didn't hear none of his fans being like, "Yeah, this the fight we want to see next." None of that. I started hearing people say stuff like, he just had a fight, let him enjoy his victory and all that different stuff. And I'm like, damn, that's the same shit that he did with Lomachenko, but whatever. Hano's holding on to any wins they can in the public space. Yeah, they still won't leave that alone, NHA. Like, I feel like you got to be like out of touch with reality if you going to follow, if you still pushing that shit. If you still pushing that fight should happen and that he really wanted it, I think it's nonsense. I don't think they wanted it. I don't think he wanted nothing to do with it. I say was the fight didn't make sense for him at 35. Facts. It'd be like, yo, see me at 40 if you really want it, or meet in the middle. You get what I'm saying? There wouldn't have been no take it or leave it offer for the fans, man. That shit was for the fans and the people that he wanted to manipulate into believing he really wanted to fight with that man that he didn't want. He did not want to fight him. Not at 35. Not at 35. Nobody in boxing gonna make me believe that shit at all. And there's no case he don't beat him at all unless something drastic happened. Shakur had to be, compromised significantly to me. I don't think he beats him. I think he's smarter. think he understand the game better. I think the sparring, that little clip that came out with his dad talking, I think that told me everything I needed to know. I think it told me everything I needed to know about him. You know what I'm saying? If he would have told people like, you know, I'm going up where it makes sense and see me there, everybody would have had to respect it. Got Bivol beating Benavidez. I think you can give him an interesting fight, bro. It's hard to bet against Benavidez, and then it's hard to bet against that experience that Bivol got and that style, man. His ability to figure it out and get it done. Bivol's a hell of a fighter, man. He really is a hell of a fighter. Yeah, that's a fact. He didn't even want to negotiate. They like, yo, yeah, take it or leave it. Take it or leave it, or you don't want to fight. Nah, you beg for the fight. Take it or leave it. Take 25%, even though it's fake, but take it anyway. Shit, it's crazy work. It's nasty work. Nasty, y'all. Nasty. Shout out to Rude Exposure. You say you bet. I know you will, bro. They said both sides have sent offers for the fight. So maybe we'll see it. Maybe we see it, man. Maybe we see it. Both sides making offers to fight each other is a good sign. And the fact that Arthur Better Beef ain't tripping about fighting Dmitry Bivol for a third time, I think it's a perfect opportunity to make that fight. I think it's a perfect opportunity to make the fight. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to hear no duck talk about Bivol. That's bullshit. Let them two men go in there. May the best man win. It's another 50-50 fight, a different matchup. That'll give Benavidez an opportunity to become a star. If he beat Bivol and become the undisputed champion, that'd be crazy. You got to get that man his respect. You got to give him his respect. And if Bivol beat him, a younger threat than a better Beef, man, that just tell you how good he is, man. Winner against Canelo. I wish that was the case, Rude. I wish, because either way, I had to see Canelo take a risk. And I know I don't think we'll ever see him fight Bivol again. And I just don't think I think the Benavidez fight is over now that he has 75. I don't think we'll ever see Canelo at 75 again, unless it's against somebody that's not a true threat at 75. I think 68 is where he'll be at. I think it's safer to just stay there, because imagine going back to 75 and not fighting Benavidez while he there. Imagine that. And giving somebody else an opportunity and not him. Should it be crazy? It'd be a crazy fallout from it. It really would, man. It really would. But we'll see. Canelo got Skull and Crawford next. I think them his next two fights, man. Them his next two joints. For that bag, shout out to my dog Rude. But again, man, we over 4 hours, man. We hit our mark. Shout out to everybody that rocked out. Double tap the screen if you haven't. Like I said, I came here a little earlier because I got some work to get done in the house. Got some stuff fixing, and I don't want a bunch of background noise while we trying to cook. But if I'm able to come back, I will. Y'all know I will. But shout out to my homie Cash Sports that's on the box story and is on doing his thing. I go tap into him. I appreciate everybody pulling up to rock out on this early build. And you know we'll be back. If not later, tomorrow, to build on the sport of boxing. So with that, man, much love to the family. Peace. We out of here.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes. Got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it. This channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdueboxing shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme's sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet.